Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The family of 21-year-old student who died on Saturday after allegedly being shot by police in Huruma area of Nairobi is demanding justice as tension grips the neighborhood. Angry residents who staged protests following the death of Cheryl Adhiambo clashed with police officers yesterday, leading to widespread property damage. Human rights activist Hussein Khalid is calling for the arrest of the police officer involved.
Mtoto wangu ndiye alikuwa macho yangu ya kesho. Cheryl ndiye alikuwa macho yangu ya kesho. Sasa mtoto wangu mimi nimeacha kwa mkono ya serikali. Mimi sitataka kujua ni aje ama ni vipi atapelekwa nyumbani, maneno yake itaishe, haki yake itakuwaje.
OB namba ni right ya kila mtu. OB kuhudumiwa na polisi ni haki ya kila mwananchi. Lakini tunaona hadi hivi sasa, badala ya polisi kujaribu kutuliza watu, kuonesha action is being taken by arresting the officer ambaye inasemekana anajulikana, hawafanyi hivyo.
The National Police Service is urging calm in Huruma, Nairobi after clashes left a KMTC student dead and 2 vehicles burned. Police say the incident began after robbery was reported, leading to the arrest of 4 suspects. During the second arrest, youths allegedly attacked officers who fired shots in the air to disperse the crowd. Shortly after, police received reports that a KMTC student had been fatally injured during the confrontation. President William Ruto has downplayed attempts to revive the Azimio la Umoja coalition. He says the changes being made within the outfit carry little significance without the participation of the Orange Democratic Movement. Speaking at a rally in Pipeline Estate, Nairobi, the president said the coalition lost its influence after the last general election and its reorganization ahead of the 2027 polls will not have much impact.
Ndio mimi nawauliza wale wengine tunashindana na wao, pia na wao wajipange. Ama namna gani? Wajipange. Hii siasa tunaelewa bana. Sasa nimesikia ati wanataka kuanzisha Azimio. Ile Azimio tulinyorosha asubuhi na mapema. Sasa niwaulize, Azimio bila ODM ni kuzimia? Azimio bila ODM si kuzimia? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Tutembee ama tuende pamoja bana.
Leaders of the opposition coalition are calling on the government to repatriate Kenyans stranded in Russia, led by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Jubilee Party leader Fred Matiang'i. The leaders expressed concern over the growing number of young people who have lost their lives in the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Last week, Ukrainian intelligence revealed the bodies of 3 Kenyan nationals who were fighting for Russia were found in the Donetsk region.
Na watoto wetu ulipeleka Russia 200,000 warejee nyumbani. Wacha wakuje hapa tukule tabu na hawa. Wamepelekwa na hawajakuwa trained kama askari. Wamepelekwa kwa vita.
Wazazi wanashinda wakilia kila wakati mtoto wajulikani yako hapo. The next thing we hear, mwili imepatikana. For how long do you want these parents to continue suffering?
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, you're doing fantastico. Siti Muga, wherever you are you doing well?
Wherever I am, I'm doing well, Paul.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was good.
I'm certain you enjoyed yourself, Vilivio.
Hey, I had a very good time on Saturday.
Eh?
Some old friends of mine.
Wait, your weekend started on Saturday?
My Saturdays when I went out.
Ah, okay.
Fridays I rarely go anywhere. Sundays I definitively do not move.
Okay.
I cannot afford to come to a studio on a Monday when I'm fuzzy-headed and I can't think straight.
When you're tired.
That messes up the entire week.
It's true.
Then that week is gone. You come here tired on Monday. Nice, man.
There's a former boss who once told me that on Mondays, ukiobserve Mondays, mtu mwenye anakujanga akiwa groggy, hangover, and basically he's not or she's not ready for work. Just know that there's a problem over the weekend. Monday inafaa kwa ile siku tayarisha, because it is the beginning of the week, at least the work week, and it is the time that you decide to deliver your best performance, because it will determine your performance throughout the week. So you're right, inafaa Monday kwe nile siku yani umechangamkia na umepanga.
Wajua hii kazi yetu, people watch us with greater keenness than we realize.
Yes.
Tumechoka inaonekana kwamba huko sawa. Watu wanaona tu. Hata ukizungumza wasema brother leo
kuna wale
amelemewa.
Na ni kweli. Ndio maana kile unafanya Sunday, kama ni wewe ni mtu wa kwenda kanisa, unaenda kanisa alafu unapeleka familia out for your picnic, or you go visit another family, then you come back, you always feel rejuvenated. Now I understand, when I was growing up on Sundays, that is the time that we would go out. That's it. That's one of the days after church.
Family day.
Ilikuanga ni family day. Hata hiyo siku father kama alikuanga amepotea Friday, Saturday, Sunday lazima akue present. Yeah. So big shout out to the folks who still do that. It is the 9th day of February 2026, and several things happened yesterday, City Muga. One of them, our team, my team rather, called Liverpool played, and I was kind of disappointed because we started off very well. Tulikuwa tumetandika watu wanaitwa Man City at 1.74th minute, but get to the 84th minute, Man City wakafanya kitu ingine noma tena sana. They equalized, and then few minutes later they added another goal, and Man City managed to beat us 1-2 yesterday. Yeah. Nilikuwa ninaona at least for the first time we shall beat another equally big team,
and it wasn't to be so.
Sasa Man City took away our victory. Tulikuwa tumedhani yani sisi wale tumefika yani. I was actually expecting us to add a second goal just to cement that win. But yeah.
Behold. Karate ya mpira.
And even when they scored the second goal, their second goal, when first of all when they scored and then they equalized, they added another goal. I thought we would equalize by adding another goal, so at least we end on a 2-2 draw. Unfortunately we didn't. But also watu wa Paris Saint-Germain kutoka kule Ufaransa managed also a win. Yesterday they were playing against a team called Marseille, and they managed to beat them 5-0. 5-0 is for me, PSG for the last couple of games they've played, they've not been really performing that well, and Marseille is an equally strong team, so I was expecting to see wakipelekana ana kwa ana, perhaps at a game isha on a 0-0 draw, or ikienda sana 1-0. PSG ipone tu yani na kabao kamoja we
tano
ishio idha nomani walitadikwo nikawahurumia. Yeah, so Arsenal also walicheza over the weekend. Arsenal pia walijitetea vilivyo. Walikuwa wanacheza na katimu kanajitetea, nikwambie. Walikuwa wanacheza where has it gone? Yes, Sunderland. They played on Saturday. They emerged victorious with a 3-0 win. So big shout out to Arsenal. Watu wengine pia walicheza na wakacheza vizuri tena sana. Acha tu niwapigie debe saizi, because nisipo watu wote wa pikipiki watanikasirikia. Chelsea walicheza na Wolves over the weekend pia.
So Wolves ni timu ya watu wa pikipiki?
Hapana, Chelsea ndio timu ya watu wa pikipiki.
Sorry.
Walitoka 1-3.
Chelsea walishindwa?
No, Chelsea walishinda. Hawa watu lately wamekuwa wakicheza vizuri.
How do you determine people who associate with
yes
teams? Like now you tell me watu wa pikipiki.
Yeah. No. It is because, but they say ni watu wa pikipiki. It is just the saying out there. But ukiangalia pikipiki nyingi, they are branded Chelsea. Of course, you'll find a few Manchester United.
I have understood.
Yes, yeah, Manchester United and maybe Arsenal. But the most popular branding on pikipikis in Kenya inakwanga ya Chelsea. Ndio maana inaitangwa team ya, lakini si ukweli, seti ni watu wa pikipiki. Chelsea has actually got some serious fans out there, both watu wa pikipiki and other kinds of
I have always liked the way Chelsea play. In the days when I used to watch football.
Yeah,
I like their game.
yeah. And I have got to give a big shout out also to Manchester United. They beat a limping team. They were playing against Tottenham. Tottenham got a red card.
Red.
Yes, they were red carded. That means
one of their players did something.
Yes, had to leave. Yeah. So and
Tottenham were playing 10 players.
Yes. Now Man City managed a 2-0 win. But here's the story. Here's the thing. Had Tottenham played with their full team as it is supposed to be, sikudangani, nani wangejipata nje. Manchester United wangejipata nje, because Tottenham has always imelemeanga Manchester United. If you look at their history for the couple of games they've played together, huwa inawalemea tena sana. So big shout out to them, and that's why I was saying they played against a limping team. Na najua zile matusi zinakuja saizi online na zingojea, bring them on, rusheni mawe kabisa. Last but not least, there's a team that also played and huwa nawashabikia once in a while, that is Real Madrid. Real Madrid yesterday played against Valencia. They were away and they managed a 2-0 win against Valencia. So kama wewe unashabikia kina Kylian Mbappe, big shout out to you. The reason why nashabikia Real Madrid once in a while is because also one of our players from Liverpool left for Real Madrid. He's called Trent Alexander-Arnold. Alienda kule. And Real Madrid, for that reason, that is why I always follow up once in a while. But yeah, main team is Liverpool. Liverpool jana manze Joe. Anyway, it is what it is. Acha nisalimia watu wawili watatu before City atupatie methali of the day. I have big shout out to Don. Someone amesema Linda Jamii, Linda Ground, Linda Wananchi, Linda this, Linda City. Kindly say something. How are you, Paul? I'm quite fine. Na City pia kwa salama kabisa.
What does someone want me to comment on?
This Linda thing.
Linda Mama.
There's Linda Jamii, Linda Ground, Linda Wananchi, Linda this, Linda that. There's an outfit by the way that is being led by what I call the disgruntled members of ODM. They are calling it Linda Wananchi, and it is led by Akina Sifuna and his team.
Why do you say they're disgruntled? Why not the other fellas? What are they disgruntled about?
Because they don't seem to be having any problem. It is these fellows, Akina Sifuna now, who are very vocal about what these other folks are doing.
What Akina Sifuna have been doing have been consistent.
Yes.
The position they had that position when the late Raila Odinga was alive. They actually haven't changed their position, have they? No.
They haven't.
That issue that we're now discussing was there even when Raila Odinga was alive.
Yes.
And there was the issue of why Sifuna is speaking this way. Raila spoke out and said, excuse me, this guy is spokesman of the party. Okay? Hey.
Haya, mimi nakwambia tu hivyo ndivyo wanajiita Linda Wananchi.
Na mimi pia bwana katika mazungumzo naongezea kukueleza kwamba mazungumzo haya si mapya.
Hapa jijini.
No, si mapya
kamwe. Jijini ama mjini?
Mijini. Na si majini.
Si majini.
Yes.
Si mapya lakini.
Yes. No, si mapya. Wajua?
Naam.
Kutengana.
Naam.
Sio kuachana.
Kabisa.
So, let's just observe how this thing plays out. Sometimes you're dealing with differences that have existed, but as we say in Kenya, chini ya maji. Chini ya maji.
Chini ya waba.
Right, exactly.
Yesterday, that faction, the Linda Wananchi faction, was in a place called Busia.
Busia.
Yes, and they they held a rally there, and
big rally.
A lot of leaders,
people came,
walikuja kuongea, and the crowd
was massive.
Hey.
massive.
So I was just looking at the commentary online about that, let me call it performance, and one Arnold Maliba, and I think we should host him again very soon.
Arnold spoke?
No, not at the rally, but
he commented.
Yes, on about this.
What did Brother Arnold have to say on this subject?
He said a lot of things, but
Arnold tend to say a lot of things.
Some of the things he said is that this Linda Wananchi faction is now going to start seeing what Gachagua has been seeing for a while. Number one, police brutality in terms of tear gas. They will be attacked in churches, whether they go to churches or their rallies. They will be denied permits to hold their rallies on the ground, and many other things that have been happening to Gachagua's side. Sasa wataanza kuona hizo. Unajua running battles, mara makesi zao zinatokezea. Sifuna ataanza kujipata kwa na makesi, maybe Babu Owino ajipata kwa na kesi, na wale wengine wote wako katika huo mrengo wa nini wa Linda Wananchi.
Hapa nimemsikia sana. What happens if that doesn't happen?
If it doesn't happen, then but he was very affirmative about it. He didn't say at this is hearsay. He said this is the muscle memory. His words, not mine. Muscle memory of a government that is now here I'll paraphrase, under attack.
I would have assumed you would have spoken of it as a knee-jerk reaction, where when this happens, this is how they react. There is a perspective I heard again on the weekend that I found particularly interesting.
Tell me about it.
One of my friends, there were two people, former schoolmates, Mountain.
Yes.
There was someone else I met.
Right.
From the Mountain, later on that evening. And he was of this view. He tends to be a fairly lateral thinking fellow. He told me, he's been thinking. He listens to our show.
Good for him.
And he says, there's a question that we always ask, and I asked him, what is that? How does Ruto benefit from all this? I said, okay. He said, given the attack that Gachagua has received, this was his view, not mine. He said, he thinks Ruto is deliberately making Gachagua popular. I said, what do you mean?
Something you also said a while back, I think it was last week, but yes.
He said it. And I said, what do you mean? He said, look, somebody who claims by his own admission consumes raw data, he will know what people are thinking about these things. But who gains? He said, he gains, but not the way you think. So I said, explain. He said, if Gachagua is attacked, whatever reason, he'll become more in the news, and there's a likelihood he'll become even more popular than he is. He said, Gachagua, this was his logic.
Yes.
Gachagua popularity is very useful for William Ruto.
Okay.
I said, how is it useful? He said, it will draw some people to his party, but it will alienate others completely.
Yes.
I said, really? How do you arrive at this? He said, Gachagua is a divisive fellow. This is according to him.
Okay.
And it serves a purpose.
Okay.
He did well when he used to say things which you could actually verify. Said he sometimes goes overboard when he says things that you actually can't verify. It's just he's just lashing out.
Yeah.
But you can't deny his visibility. And says, those are my thoughts at the moment. These were his words. My thoughts at the moment. I'm still giving the matter more thought.
Okay.
So I said, oh, interesting view, that one. Wouldn't you say?
It is an interesting view. We shall be talking about this whole I don't know, I'm calling it Linda Jamii. Linda Wananchi faction as we move on.
Right.
But Don Sawa, good morning. Douglas Kibagonga amesema, hi City, Paul and Edna. Well, we are fine, thank you Douglas. John Mutua, good morning my TV show Radio Generation, new week. Let's start with a smile. Movie, just to my friend City apewe coffee kwa my bill. John Mutua, unajua hii bill utakuja kuilipa siku moja, because so far we've been asking for tea and coffee for City, sometimes with lemon. So ile anasikia kukohoa, na tumekuwa tukamnunulia kofta at one time. By the time ukuja hapa utapata bili nyingine kubwa. Lydia Cherono amesema, good my fellow KM alumni na senior chief hapa na San Antonio chief hapa San Antonio Texas. Lydia Cherono alikuanga Kenyatta University City, ukiwa KU kulikuanga na KM.
Kilometer 1.
Yes, kilometer 1 ilikuwa.
If I know it, what does that tell you?
It was there. Okay. See, maybe
no, kilometer 1.
Yeah.
Famous.
Yeah.
Famous.
Right.
For its abundance of libation.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
yeah.
Famous.
When I was there was that libation and lots of chapati.
Massive chapatis.
Yes.
You eat one.
Big.
You are loaded. Yani, you're so full, you're going to almost being constipated. That was one.
Our producer Edna is telling me Linda Jamii ni Alfredo Gola. Now I know. Then there's Eliana Yabesh. Amesema here cause of CT. Well, Eliana, as long as you're here, we are happy. Dr. Hosea Koech amesema, good morning CT and Paul. I understand the young leaders in the new faction of ODM, Sifuna, Babu, etc. because they are fighting for political space. My lenses are showing me the bad side of Orengo. Yes, again, hiyo pia tutaizungumzia.
Kumbuka kwanza ya kwamba kulikuwa na chama ambayo ilikuwa in many ways inafanana na ODM, ilikuwa inaitwa Ford Kenya.
Yes.
Ford Kenya pia ilikuwa na kipindi cha vijana. Wale ambao walikuwa nawakilisha vijana kuna watu kama Raila.
Yeah.
Okay?
Naam.
Na kadhalika. Usikia?
Naam.
Now, when they disagreed, ndipo NDP ikawa chama kwa sababu Raila alienda huko.
Naam.
There was a gamble, a serious gamble.
Okay.
Jamaa alikuja akasema nataka kusimama hapa Lang'ata wakati huo. Kibra ilikuwa haijaundwa bado, ilikuwa Lang'ata. Okay? And vigogo ambao walikuwa ndio sasa wale ambao unaweza kuita kama msingi liodumu katika chama cha Ford Kenya. Maoni yao ilikuwa ni haya. Huyu jamaa wakati huo Raila alikuwa ni kijana.
Naam.
Maoni ilikuwa ni sasa huyu kijana bwana chama cha babake.
Right.
Okay? Mwelekeo tuelewa. Sasa mbona anazusha hivi? Mbona anapeleka maneno hivi? Na kwa maoni iliyokuwa wakati huo ni kwamba huyu hatapata chochote. Kabla vinvu yaliomo yakawa zaidi. Chama ambayo alijiunga nacho iliwatoa hawa vigogo katika vitu vyao. Nyanza inayojulikana kama Nyanza ya Wajaluo.
Naam, Luo Nyanza ile.
Ndio, iliwatoa hawa wazee wote.
Fagilia kufagilia.
Wote. Sasa mfumo mpya ukaanza.
Okay.
Ndipo Raila akawa na chama chake ambacho sasa waona ujamaa kuna chama chake. Okay? Now, if I follow that trend, we've evolved since.
Yes.
We now have an ODM that was completely different. Because this ODM was not a Luo party. NDP was predominantly a Luo party. Okay?
Right. But not this ODM.
No. Mazee ODM iko na watu wengi.
Ni kweli.
ODM iko na watu wengi sana.
Very true.
ODM would not be the power it is if it was just nestled in Luo land. It has strongholds outside Lowland. It has strongholds in Western. It has strongholds in the coast. It has strongholds
in Eastern.
It actually does. It's a household name. So this that we see, okay, is the test that we need to understand how strong ODM actually is.
Okay.
Or whether we're going to say it was Raila's party and it is departing the party sambaratikad.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
I actually don't think it will.
Kuna wimbo unaimbango hivi, sambaratisha moyo wangu. Unaujua wimbo? Ndaambia producer kuchezea. Lakini
kuna jamaa amerekodi santuri kama hiyo.
Jamaa kutoka kule Tanzania. Ndakwambia juu yake tu.
Wajua mimi
anaitwa Joy Melody.
Wengi hao watu. Mimi yule multiple Jamesons ninamfahamu.
Ndakwambia juu yake. Namjua yule Diamond Platinumz yule. Namtambua. Today is the 9th day of February 2026, but in history, in 1964, the Beatles performed on the Ed Sullivan Show, marking a pivotal moment in American pop culture. In 1942, President Roosevelt signs into law wartime, establishing year-round daylight saving time. And then in the
Rudia here, it's important.
In 1942, President Roosevelt signed into, this is American President Roosevelt signs into law wartime, establishing year-round daylight saving time. And then in 1900, Dwight F. Davis established the Davis Cup, the premier international team event in men's tennis. Yeah. Of all those things, the only one that makes sense to me is the Ed Sullivan Show. The Beatles performing on the Ed Sullivan Show, marking a pivotal moment in American pop culture. Hizo zingine zote, for me, are neither here nor there. But in 1942, this was a year before the Second World War ended. No, sorry, 3 years before the Second World War ended. And I guess this is the time that America joined the Second World War, around this time, yeah?
You know, this European war, which then sucked in other countries, it's called World War II. It wasn't a World War.
Yeah.
No. We were sucked in because we were a colony.
Yeah.
Okay? So Europeans were doing their thing.
wakatulazimisha tuingie.
This thing that they are done for not decades, centuries. Those fellows used to fight each other at the drop of whatever it is they would drop before they fought.
Yeah.
God Almighty. Every little tin pot individual was a king who owned a kingdom. Okay? What we now call cities and big areas, for instance, in the UK, those were kingdoms.
Okay.
Yeah. But nonetheless, we thank them for their wars, because those wars open our eyes to understanding them, because we left our shores and went to theirs.
Yes. And we saw new things.
We opened our eyes. We realized if we die the way we die.
Yeah, we realized their vulnerabilities.
We realized, wait, they're just like, we understood they were not better human beings than us.
Yes.
So when we came back, we agitated for independence nicely.
Yeah. Tupatie medali city. Last week tulikuwa Cape Verde.
We were in Cape Verde.
Bado tuko Cape Verde.
No, bro, every week. Inchi.
Tofauti.
Tofauti.
You
know, many people look at the African continent and they have the view that the bulk of us got our independence mid-1900s. There is a country that actually got its independence in 1847.
You don't say?
I do say.
All right.
That country is called Liberia.
Yes.
Yes. It was formed from something called the American Colonization Society. You know, this back to the homeland moves and the discussions. It was actualized.
All right.
People who had been taken to America, slaves, were taken back to America, and they were given this country called what? Liberia. America recognized it on 5th February 1862. Okay.
1862. Yes.
They got their independence in 1847. They were actually given the independence. Okay.
Wow.
Now, of note, if you look at the people who came to Liberia, given the exposure, educated somewhat, but yet despite all the advantages they may have had then, it's one of the most undeveloped. In fact, to describe Liberia correctly, to say it is extremely underdeveloped. It is one of the world's poorest countries, and yet it exports rubber, timber, iron, diamonds, cocoa, coffee.
Wow.
So, how do you export all these things and you're still poor? The Africans who left America and came back, one of the things they did significantly in the country is the things that they had been done to them when they were in the US. See, they found other Africans here.
Yes, and they did it to them.
Exactly the same. And that is the reason why they've had changes with their governments.
Yes.
And they've had some fairly brutal. Remember that called Samuel Doe?
Samuel Doe, yes. Wakutoka kule.
Bwana.
But they also had good leadership.
Kama gani?
Salif Johnson.
You, my man, are absolutely right. In later years, after many tribulations, I'm judging the leadership by the poverty levels.
Okay.
This country is not lacking in mineral wealth. Why should the people be poor? Their population around 5.7 million people.
Currently.
Yes, those are many people. But
they are many people.
That is less than the population of Nairobi in this country. There is really no reason. Where you find such extreme poverty, what you will also find is extreme wealth. There'll be people who are wealthy to the point where you marvel. And then there'll be people who are so dirt poor.
Unashanga.
They give dirt a bad name. All right. This country is surrounded by Sierra Leone to the northwest, Guinea to the north, Guinea, not Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire to the east, and of course the Atlantic Ocean to the southwest.
All right.
Right. It is better, they say, to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
It is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
Yes.
Yeah, because the impact is less. You're closer to the ground. So it is better to fall while sitting than to fall while standing.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Watu wa Liberia na wapendea kitu kimoja, walikuwa na akili
mingi. Simple truth, ndio.
Ni kweli. All right, now we have come to that time when I give you the traffic updates, but before we do that, again, check out radiogeneration.co.ke, and one of the top stories that you will encounter there, Orengo Sifuna have said this: ODM will not join government it does not agree with. Yeah, and tumesikia president akisema pia kwa speech yake jana that bila ODM Azimio imezimia.
Pana iko.
But ODM wamesema regardless of what is being said out there, they are not going to join a government they do not agree with.
They have not said they will not join. They have only said they will not join a government they do not
agree with.
So if they agree with that government, then they might do what?
They will join it.
Thank you so. Yes.
Na tukileta hapa Arnold Maliba alikuwa anasema ya kwamba hawa watu watakuwa attacked from left, right and center, this faction that is calling themselves Linda Wananchi.
Arnold has gotten into political prophecy.
Utaona wengine wameanza kukua wood by the powers that be kidogo. Those will be the he called them the weak links, He called them the weak links. So tuna the weak links kidogo zitaanza kuwa broken, and then aka kachama kabaki kakue kalin. Now this is now the faction that is dissenting. Kidogo wafike mahali wa realize wase ni ngumu.
We tend to draw conclusions based on how we have seen things pan out, things that may be similar to the ones we're discussing at that current point in time. But what is it about the information age that makes everything that we're discussing different?
Yeah.
Everybody has that same information on their fingertips.
True story.
If they wish to have it.
Yeah.
So it is very difficult for you to have a monopoly on anything called knowledge.
I agree with you, CJ.
Let alone interpretation.
Wacha tufanye kitu traffic alafu tuangalie magazeti. Yansemaje?
Traffic.
So I'm looking at this is now Ngong Road. Ngong Road is looking tricky, There's those pockets of traffic I usually talk about.
Yes.
They seem to be longer in terms of the space they occupy on the road. Kitambo ilikuwa tu ka sport kadot, even on a kadot. But right now I'm looking at for example Ring Road Kilimani. If you're heading towards town, there is a lot of traffic there. And then of course Kule Junction Mall, because of that construction and the confusion on which road to take when you're going towards which direction, hiyo pia inawaletea mashida. Adams Arcade pia naona kuna ka traffic kidogo. Ngong Road pale roundabout ya Kenyatta National Hospital aka Nairobi Funeral Home, hapo kuna traffic kidogo, but after that inafunguka. I'm looking at the larger area of Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is looking good at this particular minute. Haile Selassie as well, bumper to bumper ukielekea katika, actually no wait, it is not bumper to bumper. Inakaa iko fiti tena sana, lakini as you're now, this is after the August 7th Memorial Park. If you're heading towards Landis Road, hiyo barabara imeshikana, poleni tena sana. Go Road looking clean at this particular minute. Apart from that, I spoke too soon. You see, from Outer Ring Road, this is on Jogo Road. My goodness, there is lots of traffic there, and it seems to extend all the way to Uhuru Market, pale Jogo Road Market. That is the situation that you're currently facing. Donholm Savannah Road, hiyo barabara iko sawa, lakini inakuja kushikamana pale mkienda kujoin Outer Ring Road. Lakini Outer Ring Road yenyewe inakaa iko sawa kabisa. If you're coming from North Airport Road, you're heading towards Allsops, you guys are moving quite well. Amna shida yoyote hata kidogo, which is good news for the folks who are heading towards Thika. But back to Airport North Road, there's a little bit of traffic, especially if you're heading towards now this is towards Cabanas. Yes, hapo kuna ka traffic kidogo, but beyond that you guys are moving quite well. Let me check out Langata Road inakaa iko sawa. Aya, tukiangalia hii barabara inajulikana kama Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road yote iko sawa, especially if you're coming from the sides of Athi River. I see nothing that is stopping you from getting to the CBD vizuri kabisa. And then nikizoom out niingie tena Mombasa Mwambaje, I hope kile kitu kiko salama salim. Same za Fort Jesus, you guys are looking good. Mombasa, this is where now. Ile barabara Dogo Kundu iko fiti tena sana. Yeah, nimesema dogo. So is it dongo? It's ndongo with a NGO, not dogo. Yani kitu kidogo. Ya basi nimeamua ni Dongo Kundu, iko sawa tena sana, haina shida yoyote. Watu wanaelekea kule Kongowea nini mko sawa kabisa, watu wa Nyali hamna trafiki hata kidogo. Lakini ukiona kitu kinafanyika barabarani, nieleze ili niweze kueleza Wakenya wenzako, au sio? Haya, sawa sawa. Tuingie katika magazeti. Siti uko na gani wewe?
Mimi iko na gazeti mingi.
Haya, wacha nianze na Daily Nation. Daily Nation says this: budgeted graft, officials say a third of the country's budget is looted. Dr. Peter Mbaye, when he was here on Friday, pia aliongelea kitu kama hiki, akasema akaongelea juu ya budgeted corruption, kitu ambacho anasema alitizama when he was in government, working for government rather, various capacities. Gravy train is what they're calling it. Daily Nation, they're asking who cares. Is it that Kenyans have resigned themselves to fate, no longer care, or that grand corruption has simply become a way of life? Given the muted reaction to multi-billion shilling graft exposés, while greedy officials continue looting public coffers, Kenyans bear the brunt of failing public systems. Hospitals turning away desperate patients who cannot afford medical bills, overcrowded schools running on empty, and agricultural produce rotting on farms due to dilapidated roads. In the past week, the sheer wastage at county level was on display, with governors pressed by senators over outrageous expenditures such as splashing millions on Christmas trees and housewarming parties, and diverting funds set aside for small businesses to finance political rallies. When will the merchants of corruption finally face justice and spare Kenyans already burdened by high taxes? Now, this story on the Daily Nation is on pages 2 and 3. You can check it out. They have a collage here of some of their what are they called? Headlines spanning months since they were talking about graft, from Adani to the scandal of youth projects to how ruling elite shared KRA jobs and so on and so forth. Kitambo ninaongelea wakati nilikuanga a young person, a young child, probably under 10 years of age.
Right, in the previous century.
I would hear of corruption very rarely. And I think one of the biggest scandals I ever had growing up was, of course, the very famous Golden Bag. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ngani ile grand corruption. Yani ulikuwa unasikia ati how much was lost? Billions, and you were like, what?
No, we didn't get to billions.
We didn't get to billions, eh?
We were hundreds of billions.
It was hundreds of millions, eh? And you'd be like, wow, hiyo pesa ilikuwa inakaa mingi tena sana.
It was a lot of money, man.
Then we got into the era of President Kibaki, and I think one of the biggest scandal at that time was the Anglo leasing one. But nowadays, we hear of, actually even during President Kenyatta's time, we would hear of billions being lost here, billions being lost there, and I think it got to a point whereby it's like it became normal. Then now, with the era of President Ruto, I don't think yani kuna siku inaishanga kama hujasikia a billion has been lost either in education, another billion has been lost in health, another billion has been lost in agriculture, another billion has been lost in God knows which sector of this country. Mara sijui people went where the MCAs went for some excursion somewhere, benchmarking, and they spent X amount of money. When we spoke here with Senator Roba, na akatupatia ile picture ya per DM, and I was like, these guys earn a lot of money from per DM alone. Forget their salaries. From per DM alone. Actually, I think at one point alituambia per DM inaweza fika mahali hata ikuwe more than your salary as a senator. And I was like, how in the world do we allow this? How?
You know something, Paul?
Yeah.
There's a numbing effect that repetition comes with. When you first hear of graft, it bothers you. There are some degrees to which it actually alarms you. If this thing which is alarming takes place every day. Let me give you an example of when you first went to high school.
Yes.
In the first term, people had cross country.
Yep.
The first time you don't run cross country, you think you're going to die. Because you've never experienced fatigue at that level.
Yeah.
The time you get to Form 2, it's no longer a problem.
Yeah.
In fact, if you increase the distance, you'll be tired, but it won't be a problem.
Yeah.
The other one, which is perhaps more descriptive, is the intake of alcohol. When you first drink alcohol, you're not really sure what to expect.
Mimi, it did me madhogodhanio and nonsense.
Or like the first time you smoke, you can't imagine why people smoke this horrible thing.
Yes.
Your chest burns, your throat burns, your eyes water.
Your mouth stinks.
You can't believe that people enjoy this thing. Then you get used to the alcohol. Over time, you even learn to moderate it.
You even learn which one to take.
The one which agrees with you more. What happens is your body now acquires an MOU with the alcohol. So you know. Even when you're overindulging, you know. As you mature and you realize that you can't store alcohol in your body for a week, meaning I'll drink this one, I won't get drunk, but it's a reservoir for the rest of the week when I need to get high. You actually learn to mute it. How to drink water, how to do what. This is a relationship that you develop. When you're later told that this thing actually causes harm to your liver, causes harm to your brain cells, what you consider to be the joys you derive from it are muted in comparison to what you think is fun.
Yeah.
Alcohol is a disinhibitor. The position of being disinhibited, where everything goes and you are quite happy and very gung-ho, is a nice feeling. I suspect that having a lot of money is the same. The first time you do something crooked, it bothers you. But you're conscious. I'm putting this thing in layman's terms. No technical jargon here. Over time, you're conscious. You have an MOU with your conscience. It stopped bothering you as much as it used to.
Yeah.
With the time, you do one better. You even categorize it. And suddenly, you understand that when it is something that benefits you, then it is really not that bad. There are some smart people who even bring God into it. You have stolen and you've said, I asked God for a blessing. And you actually think God blessed you so that you can
This is the blessing,
You think. Given time, the theft isn't the issue. It's how you steal and then the amount. And you'll be the first to shout when, how can somebody take 200 million? Why? Because your theft has only reached 500,000 shillings. Now, when we evolved and brought about something called devolution, we gave the citizenry of this country, every conversation of the country, an opportunity to understand graft at a level where previously we only read about it, because now there was money next to you in the homeland where you come from, and the people who had it were people you know. So the changes in their lives were immediate and you could see.
Yeah.
It sanitized the wrong that was being done. To the point where the intolerance that we have for people who oppose our ideas became the foe. How dare you criticize so and so? Can you see the good he has done? I said, no, but this man is misappropriated. Look, it is our money. Logic. Why are you complaining? But you know, if he didn't take it to help so many people, man, there's something wrong with you. We have slowly but very surely accepted graft as part and parcel of the accepted culture in this country.
Na ndio maana tunabaki mali tuko, na ndio maana tutaendelea kuibiwa pesa venye tunaibiwa. The Standard newspaper is saying season of baits. Tokenism. As the clock ticks towards the 2027 elections, President William Ruto is struggling to change his image of a miser who, for the last 3 years, launched policies that impoverished the people through heavy and unnecessary taxes that have killed businesses, increasing poverty and unemployment in the country. From a head of state whose speeches demand a pound of flesh from the weakening and frail frames of Kenyans to now pledges of tax exemptions for lower cadre salaried workers and talk around the Nyoto program, which pundits dismiss as too little too late. This is on page 2 and 3. Yeah? So Professor Samuel Nyandemo, who's an economist lecturer at University of Nairobi, says this is a campaign strategy that is meant to blindfold the targeted group. With the various deductions, Kenyans' payslips are already in bad shape. The way out is a progressive tax policy which caters for all groups. Innocent Musumbi, a political economist, says there is more to it. We are approaching 2027, and like any other politician, the president must be able to appease his staff as the chief hustler. And then Ruth Kinyanjui anasema, Ruth Kinyanjui is an economic analyst. Wote tu wako na jina economist ndani, ni venye tu title inaenda ikitwist and turn. Usani economic analyst. So Ruth anasema hivi, but if the formal sector is going to be considered, where do we draw the line in the informal sector? She poses. How do we determine who earns less than 30,000 in the informal sector? Now, ncho nikwambie kitu interesting. You know, I'm in several groups on WhatsApp. I'm sure and everyone is in several groups on WhatsApp. And kuna wakati at the beginning of last year, there were people who were saying one term. Unajua one term, bro? Kuna watu walikuwa nakufa na one term. They were saying this government this and that. Now punde si punde, the conversations that, because I post all our links of Radio Generation there. Now keep in mind, Radio Generation is about 7 months old. So put it in mind. So I've been posting things there as far as Radio Generation is concerned, you know, and inviting people to watch and listen to the show. Some of those people have been saying, after listening to the conversations we've been having here, they have been saying, ama tumpatie another chance. Now what I'm saying is, now if you decide, you see, kura yako ni siri yako. But I look at some of those folks and I'm asking myself, what has changed? What has changed? Because they would sit here and listen and listen to the debates, and then they wonder, ama perhaps tumekuwa tukionea jamaa sana. Then I ask myself, what is it that we are reporting that other media is not reporting? Anyway, I guess we shall find out soon enough. These analysts are saying is I'm inclined to believe what they're saying, because when they see that this is a little bit towards, it's been said towards the an election season, when now the president is saying that he needs to ease up things on people's pay slips. But then I go back to some time 2 years ago, he was having a conversation with, I think, either Al Jazeera, CNN or BBC, and he said that he actually wants to increase the taxes. And he compared us to countries that are taxed up to 60%. And he wants to get us to that 60%. And I was asking myself, but those countries that are being taxed at 60%, have you looked at the number of things they're doing for their citizens? Education is free.
Free. Kabza?
Yes. Yes. Education is free. Healthcare is free. Other things such as
there's a social service for employment, meaning
yes,
in the event of you being unemployed, you can get up to 80%.
So social welfare, it is easier to own vehicles in those in those countries. Those countries have got oil, so fuel is cheaper and so on and so forth. Sasa sisi already tuko at around 40%. Na tunaumia venye tunaumia. What happens after that? Ukitupeleka 60 si umetumaliza. Hapa ndio makoha wa vitimbi anasemanga na sio tunyonge basi. Yeah. Anyway, over to you, City. What are you seeing on your end of the magazeti?
Let me look at the Business Daily.
Yeah, alafu utatumia microphone.
It helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Thank you very much. NSC bets on funds to spur investor participation. Okay, that is Nairobi Securities Exchange is betting on listing of funds to expand investor participation. Good for you. Sassini to sell coffee estate for 7.9 billion Kenyan shillings. Agricultural firm Sassini is set to sell coffee estate in Kiambu County for 7.9 billion in a transaction that is expected to yield substantial capital gains. For whom? KRA reinstates nil return filing after systems upgrade. The Kenya Revenue Authority has reinstated the nil return filing option after completing a system upgrade aimed at tightening tax compliance, easing concerns among taxpayers following a temporary suspension. Why Kenya denies cocoa carbon credit license? That is bang in the middle of the paper, but we will come back to it. NSSF takes 9.5 billion stake in Nairobi Nakuru toll road. What are we saying? State-owned, state-controlled National Social Security Fund has taken a 9.59 billion stake in the 236-kilometer Nairobi to Rironi toll road that has been split between two Chinese firms. The NSSF is participating in the 170 billion public-private partnership project through a consortium with China Road and Bridges Corporation on an ownership split of 40% and 60%. CRBC and the pension fund will invest $743 million US, around 95 billion, in their section of the highway that comprises of 81 kilometers stretch between Rironi and Gilgil, and the separate 58 kilometers Rironi Mau Summit Mai Mahiu Naivasha section that is known as A8 South. Okay, this process, they're using a financial tool that is at their disposal.
Yes.
And it is something that has been done before. But alongside this particular discussion, because this is infrastructure, in the background, hovering not too far away, is the discussion of the infrastructure fund.
Right.
And how this will be actualized. Okay? I have been of the view that we already have an infrastructure fund. It's called the Fuel Levy Fund. I am not for the idea of brick and mortar toll stations where people have to go and pay. That is an avenue of theft, and it doesn't guarantee you the money that you require.
Right.
What I do know is what works and which is ahead of the curve. You add, if you must, money on fuel. That one everybody pays. Hacking, nobody escapes it, including government. Nobody. There is no fuel for government. There is no fuel for the Mwananchi. Everybody pays for fuel. That fuel levy and the thinking around it is what is building the Talanta Stadium through a process called securitization.
Yeah.
And you really need to consider that we do have corporations that have money. KPA, for instance. But there was a time there was a debate of KPA being sold. We didn't just understand securitization.
Yeah.
You only need to look at a segment of income within Kenya Ports Authority that is consistent. That's what you peg, and that's what you securitize a loan on. That helps pay off that particular loan. So what is being done here is something that you can explain. It is easy to understand. But the moment somebody mentions brick and mortar, I will go up in flames. I will speak until the saliva dries in my mouth.
Okay.
Did you look at this?
No, I didn't.
New Safaricom records dividend push NSE to an all-time high. Meaning Safaricom just keeps making money and money and money and money. Brazil has introduced an M-Pesa equivalent on their own.
Oh.
Yes, they have.
All right.
And what Brazil is doing with their M-Pesa equivalent, they don't charge you for transacting wewe na mimi. Yeah. But they made it possible for, with a phone that is smart, for anybody to transact. Meaning, your phone is your bank.
Yes.
Your phone is your
bank.
They have decided people who don't want to physically go to a bank, Kosimu.
But we also have that here. We don't have to go to a bank to deposit or withdraw money. The only time you'll need to go to a bank is perhaps when you're depositing a check.
Very true indeed. But M-Pesa, that is a bank, and it's government owned, we don't have.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Yes.
M-Pesa, Safaricom, business makes money. This one, if government makes money, it's kidogo money. Interest is very kidogo, small in other words, and it is something that works.
So it's an M-Pesa by Central Bank of Kenya.
It's an M-Pesa by Central Bank of Kenya to all the Wananchi. So you can actually bank there.
You know what? CBK ya Kenya ilikuwa itaka kuintroduce their own Bitcoin. I'm using Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is actually
Bitcoin was
it's actually a brand name, but they want to introduce their own cryptocurrency, and it's called the Central Banks. I'm forgetting the name of that thing. It had a very interesting name, but the point here is serikali ya Kenya inataka kuintroduce hiyo kitu. I don't know how that will work. We're waiting to see. But this one that you've mentioned for Brazil is actually good. That means that transaction fees are extremely low. Zero.
You pay if you pay all its pittance. Pittance.
That would be awesome.
Oh, it would be awesome. It would be awesome because they've taken a step further. Your bank is your phone.
That is actually
the thing. Yeah, they've matured M-Pesa.
Yeah.
And then made it government. Can you imagine? If that is your bank, can you imagine the taxation process and how they can get money to ensure that it opens doors that nothing else can.
Na unajua inaweza saidia serikali pia ku collect pesa nyingi sana.
It does.
Because ukisha lower ni hivyo. But now the problem here is the problem. Government is literally competing with businesses.
Yes,
if they do that. For example, if they were to introduce it here in Kenya, they would be competing with M-Pesa, they would be competing with Airtel Money, Telecom Cash, and any other.
It takes a bit of time before government gets the efficiencies that these telcos have.
Forget even that, but you're literally taking away business from.
That's competition, my man.
It is unfair competition in this case.
It is not.
It is unfair.
It is not.
Let me tell you why it is unfair. It is unfair because you as government, you will make your services free. Safaricom can't. Safaricom needs to pay bills. Safaricom needs to service their systems, pay salaries. They can't make things free.
Paul,
government can.
Paul, the first telco was Kenya Post and Telecommunications.
Yes, it was.
We rejected it for the private enterprises.
Why? Because the private enterprises were offering better services in terms of
efficiency and so forth. Yes, it's competition, my man. It is competition.
Pale kwa bei kidogo hapo ndio mnatandika. Because kuna mtu mwingine, at the end of the day, if I'm doing it free on this platform, it might be inconveniencing, perhaps slow sometimes, perhaps the server is down sometimes, perhaps. But I prefer going with the free service as opposed to this other one.
Paul, people will have all three services in Kenya. I have an Airtel number. I have a Telecom number. I have a Safaricom number. Okay. If the government introduces their own, I will also have that M-Pesa for Gava. Choices are important. How many people have more than one bank account? It's not that they don't know these banks. We've understood diversity.
Yes. What I would prefer the government does, just to make it fair, is tell these telcos, look, we want to make it efficient for everyone. So we put a cap on tax, for example, which I believe they have, but like put it at maybe like 1 shilling.
Paul, the government relies on the money it makes from its dividends in some of these bodies, okay?
Come again? Relies?
The dividends it gets, it's a shareholder. So when you hear billions, the government gets theirs as well.
It's true.
Okay?
It's true.
The issue of a service, what will happen is some of these things, if someone decides to copy, they'll tailor make it to suit Kenyans. Why is it that this money transfer through the telephony services works so well in Kenya?
Okay.
Joseph Michael, the guy who was head of Safaricom.
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Joseph, but yes.
Sorry. When he says we're a peculiar people and with peculiar calling, but he was not wrong. It's our peculiarity that makes this thing work the way it does. Yes. And I dare say that if you introduce something new, our peculiarity will also react and respond to it. Let me just read the headline before we give it up.
All right.
Hustler economy under struggling under shrinking economies. Orengo Sifuna faction rejects ODM deal with Ruto. This is the rejection now. I would like to discuss this rejection 4 months from now. Okay, these are politicians. You don't take a politician at their word. Okay?
Yes.
Please, by all means, listen. By all means, hear.
Yes.
And when they have spoken, ask yourself, what exactly do they mean?
What have they said?
Yes, exactly. And what is it that they are gunning for? Because it's never empty.
Okay.
Okay? This, to me, huge crowds talking. It's like a job application. You are busy telling the other person, do you see the people who come to listen to us?
Yes.
You cannot ignore us if you're going to have a discussion. Do you hear me? Right.
You're done? Yeah. A big shout out to Evans Onyanga amesema the script will continue towards August next year. Ruto will scrap the housing tax when campaigns heat up. Na unacheki ndio kitu ninasema city. Ata scrap kidogo scrap ingine, ateremsha kitu kingine mahali fulani, afanye kitu kingine nene, watu waongezee kamshahara hapa na pale, alafu watu wampigie kura kidogo zile vitu zirudishwe. And that can actually be true of the other side. People vote for the united opposition, whichever candidate they give us. Then this person says, we are going to ensure that we lower the prices, like Eliud Owalo alikuwa amesema VAT, VAT that is, itateremka from I think 16% to 14%. Then akasema pia housing levy.
It isn't wild. It's been done.
It's been done. It's been done.
Saying, talking about something that
has been done. Yes. Then akasema housing levy from 1.5 to 0.5. Then mumpigie kura pap mseme our president. Then on day one aseme ala tulingia tukapata the coffers were empty. The country is broke. So for us to get more money, we need to add this tax here. We need to levy this thing here. And
Walo is not going to be elected president.
All I'm saying is I was using him as an example because I remember some things that he said specifically on tax. I just said that if we elect him and then after tumempatia kura rudi aseme you see this thing and that thing, we cannot survive, we need more money, we need more taxes and we need to tax you even more. So ni kitu tumezoea. Bruce Lee amesema digital currencies by central banks of the world probably yes. And then on the same issue of money by the government, M-Pesa government, but rather amesema if you have a problem with Gava, they switch off your money. That, my friend, is actually very true.
The sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The nationwide transport disruption that had been expected today will no longer take place after Matatu and other public service vehicle operators agreed to suspend their strike. The decision followed fresh talks with the government and security agencies over recent attacks on public service vehicles by suspected rogue border riders. The planned stoppage, which had raised fears of major travel chaos on key routes, has now been shelved for 2 weeks. Security operations in Isiolo County targeting stolen livestock, illegal guns and drug trafficking have recorded major success. According to Deputy County Commissioner Bernard Okwiri and County Police Commander Isaac Sang, officers have recovered more than 1,700 goats, 13 cattle and 2 firearms, along with magazines and ammunition. Several suspects have been arrested and investigations are ongoing.
Operesheni hii ilikuwa inafaa izingatie mambo matatu. Kwanza kabisa ni kuchukua ile silaha haramu ambayo iko kwa mikono ya wananchi. Jambo la pili ilikuwa ni kurudisha mifugo zote ambazo zilikuwa zimeibiwa hapo awali kwa wenyewe. Na jambo la tatu ilikuwa ni kukabiliana na mihadarati.
Women leaders from across East Africa have written an open letter to Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni and the country's Army Chief General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, condemning the alleged sexual abuse of women linked to the January 15th presidential election. In the letter, the leaders include People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua, also urged First Lady Janet Museveni to speak out against what they describe as the humiliation and mistreatment of women by security forces. They further called on the African Union and the East African Community to take a stand on alleged human rights abuses.
The scale of these violations demands immediate intervention from you as head of state and commander-in-chief of the Ugandan People's Defense Forces, and therefore the boss of the Chief of Defense Forces, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, as well as his father.
And other opposition figures were arrested, placed in custody. They consisted of women, youth, and men. They are more than we can tell. And that's why we are asking for an independent investigative mission.
A section of leaders from Orange Democratic Movement have rejected any proposed political arrangement with the ruling United Democratic Alliance, saying the party will not join a government whose policies it does not support. Speaking at a public rally in Busia, Siaya Governor James Orengo said ODM's focus remains on the welfare of ordinary Kenyans, nor the pursuit of political positions. Orengo quoted the late Raila Odinga as saying the party is not interested in seats, but in ensuring that citizens receive their rights.
Chama cha ODM haiwezi kuingia kwa UDA. Kamwe, 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 kamwe. Wangapi Busia wamesema hawatawe? Hawatawe. Hawatawe. Doi. Hawatawe. Doi. Na mimi nataka nisema hapa Busia, katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM ambao waliwachiliwa na baba ni Edwin Sifuna.
Nobel Peace Prize winner Narges Mohammadi has been handed further prison sentences of 7.5 years by Iranian court, her lawyer has said. The human rights activist was sentenced to 6 years for gathering and collusion and 1.5 years for propaganda activities by a court in the northeastern city of Mashhad, Mustafa Nili announced on social media on Sunday. Mohammadi was arrested in December for making provocative remarks at a memorial ceremony, Iranian authorities said at the time. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. Past 7 o'clock, guy. Nilikuwa nishaanza kupeleka watu mbele in time. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, you're having a good time while listening, of course, to the number one station for bold insights. Now, in studio, we do have lawyer and political analyst Fanyamambo Kinodia. The conversation today is about government-owned enterprises, and we're going to get into that rather shortly. But before we do, Fanyamambo has just told us that over the weekend he was in Busia. How was it? How was it?
First, it was beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful because the people behind what is going on in the country right now are millennials.
Yeah.
Sifuna is a millennial, Babu Owino is a millennial, I am a millennial.
Is Orengo a millennial?
The bulk of the people
yes,
who are on that stage
right,
were millennials. When we say that we are taking over leadership as young people,
yes,
we are not saying to the exclusion of the older people.
Right.
What we are saying is with the inclusion of the wise old people. Because even fools grow old.
Yeah, true.
So Orengo is one of those few people who are wise and they've grown old wise. And that is why we had him with us. And that's why he's there. Because we are not coming to say that the old generation is totally useless. No, what we are saying is that the old generation is passing the baton to young people, is working with young people, and we are now saying that that future you promised us is here. We cannot always be the leaders of kwani tomorrow ifiki. So we are here, that tomorrow is here, that future is here, and we are living that future, and we are taking up the mantle, and we want to provide leadership for this country.
Who else in terms of a national outlook was there?
We had Otsotsi, we had Caleb Amisi, we had Senator Onyonka, we had Anthony Kibagendi.
Wow.
So it was a mix of tribes, I would say.
Yes.
It was also a mix of generations because you see people like Onyonka are in their 60s. Then the bulk of us were just millennials, and then of course we have Orengo who is way past 70.
Yeah.
So
Okay. And what was the agenda for Busia?
The agenda for Busia was what do Kenyans want. In fact,
when
we were getting into Busia, we had said we will talk to people about the things that affect them, SHA, funding, university funding model, capitation, and everything.
Yes.
But as the convoy was sneaking into the stadium, people were telling us one term. And everything, sometimes you try and say, unajua isha, wanakwambia one term. They don't even let you finish the conversation you wanted to have about, school capitation, the things that are affecting Kenyans on a daily basis. You want to have that conversation, but those people are just crazy. They tell you one term.
Yeah.
And so we said, okay, who are we? We came to listen to them.
Yes.
And before we could even have a conversation about the issues, to them the most important and the most grave issue right now is how to make William Ruto not our president again.
Okay.
And they are clear they want to remove him through the ballot. So that is what came out of Busia.
Is there a danger of perhaps having this one-term thing? And I'm trying to look for the words here. When I say danger, I'm saying, do they have an alternative? Do Kenyans have an alternative? Because yes, fine, one term, get President Ruto to be a one-term president, never elect him, take him basically to retirement. But do Kenyans have an alternative that actually has got proper manifest, a proper manifesto for them, an agenda for them, other than just one term?
I'll tell you this. Kenyans are not short of manifestos. If you read Ruto's manifesto in 2022, it would make him the Pope anyway. So right now we've gotten to a place where manifestos are good, but they are not the most important thing.
Yes.
The most important thing now is the character of the person. The personality that we are voting into office. And Kenyans have agreed we've never gotten a character like William Ruto. This is the lowest the country can ever sink into in terms of character. Mwai Kibaki led us with the old constitution. Not even this one.
Yes.
But he led us as though he was using this constitution or an even more progressive constitution. With the old constitution, he had a lot of powers.
Yes.
But people still used to insult him. And then he would say Pumbavu and life would go on. And people thought, wow, what's this guy doing? And the constitution allows him to do so many things. So what we are trying to say is that Manifesto Sasa is good, but it's not everything.
Yeah.
In fact, agenda is good, but it's not everything. We want somebody who's occupied a public office before, and we have seen them not steal, and we have seen them not kill, and we have seen, those people who are afraid of just killing human beings. That's the first person we want. In fact, now, before we speak manifesto, we are speaking character. Because what we want is someone who respects human life. There is no use in having a guy with a 10-page manifesto, 20-page manifesto, 200-page manifesto, but he's a murderer. We don't want that. So the first thing we want is your human rights record. How does it look like? If that is right, we can now look at your manifesto.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you behave around public resources?
Yes.
Do you have a history of stealing from the public? Because if you do, some of these people who are offering themselves, they've been MPs. Some have been senators, some have been governors, some have been deputy presidents. So we know their character when they are holding office. So before manifesto, character.
Yeah. President Ruto hapa inasemekana katika Standard newspaper, from a head of state whose speeches demanded a pound of flesh from the weakening and frail frames of Kenyans to now pledges of tax exemptions for lower cadre salaried workers, and talk around the Nyoto program, which pundits dismiss as too little too late. Also, Majority Leader Ishungwa just a few days ago alikuwa amesema overtaxing Kenyans is no longer working. In very many words, of course I'm paraphrasing here. Then he says that they need to look for an alternative. It seems that the president and his team have listened to Kenyans and want perhaps to change
They're very clever.
This whole issue of taxation.
They're very clever. They are reducing pay as you earn. So if you earn 30,000, your pay is about 732 shillings.
Right.
But then they're increasing NSSF. So what have they done? They're just thinking we are idiots.
Yeah.
Mtu anakuja anakupunguzia 732 shillings, alafu anakuongezea pande ingine ya NSSF. And people are feeling the pain of now the increment in NSSF contributions. So they're just playing stupid games with that because we think we are fools. But also, you mentioned something that is very close to my heart, Nyota.
Yeah. Yes.
You're sitting with CT here, and
Right.
I want to ask, any of us who has ever sent 22,000 to anybody, raise your hand.
I have.
Now, any of us who has ever sent 22,000 and then they went telling everybody?
Of course not.
Any of us who ever sent 22,000 and then they had to set up a big event with tents and chairs and pomp and color to just come and tell people I have sent 22,000 to somebody? Any of us here who sends 22,000 and then they have to tell the whole world to raise their phone to show that they have received 22,000. Any of us here who has sent 22,000, that is other people's money. In fact, when you send 22,000, you usually send 22,000 of money you have worked for and earned and sweat.
True story.
Yeah. And when you send it, you don't do pomp and color, you don't have a dais, you don't become an MC. Wewe sema, wewe umetuma, wewe umereceive. You know, you set up such a big event, spend millions of money on tents and chairs and, you know, public address to come and tell people that I have sent 22,000, as if these people who have been sending 22,000 of their hard-earned money, wewe kwanza unatuma pesa ya World Bank, of their hard-earned money, have ever had an event of that kind. Na ndio maana mnaitwa wajinga. Because I think everybody who sends 22,000 should have a big event. Ndio maana mnaambua muna agenda. Because mtu mwenye anatuma 22,000 anafaa kuwa na a big event. Ndio mnaambua hakuna mahali mnapeleka Kenya. Juu mtu mwenye anafaa kupeleka Kenya mahali anafaa anytime you want to spend 22,000. Kenyans listen to me. The standard
but collectively
has been
it's 5 billion.
The standard has been sent Kenyans. Anytime you want to. How many times does a bank, any bank you know, disburse loans of up to 5 billion shillings without coming to tell the whole world and having an event with tents and chairs? How many times have you received half a million?
Banks aren't politicians. We know this.
But this is not his money.
It doesn't really matter whose money it is. I pay taxes and I walk on roads. I never talk about how I've built this road with my taxes. We never do. None of us ever announce. Even when we help relatives, we don't go around announcing it. We don't. Why? We're not politicians. We do not seek to gain from anything that we have done. We do not seek to convince the electorate that we have done something big for them, because it's something we want at the end of what we are telling them. We don't. The rest of us don't.
But
you politicians do. Everything you do has to be attached to presenting yourself as the person who, because of this, you're able to do much more. So to answer your question, who does it? It is you politicians.
Yeah, I wanted to say, but my question, I agree with him to an extent. Does the government really have to go around the country, you know, spending all this money just to make this announcement and perhaps even show and demonstrate, you know, that they're giving out the money? It can be done from State House. Then we can have chiefs all over the country just ensuring that people have gotten the money.
It is 2026, 2027 is an election year. Why do you think I'm focusing on the politician? His question is a valid one.
Yeah.
Who does it? And I'm saying it is them.
Yeah. And
you saw one of us who sent a tent here for 5 million to give bursaries worth 3 million. Tents, chairs, pomp, color, sound, 5 million. Na anaweka kwa budget, ana aibu. Alafu anasema alidisburse checks za 3 million. So you look at him and ask, is your head working?
Ati spent 5 million?
Yes, on tents, chairs. The event there, just Google MP who spent 5 million on tents, chairs and then give checks for 3 million. It's one of the two Dagoretis. Wacha nisimulime sana. It's one of the two Dagoretis. So and it's not me who wrote that. Wao tu ndio wanaenda saa zile wanafanya sasa their audit reports wanaeka
inatokezea
5 million. But then you ask how much was given in checks? 3 million. Sasa huyo mtu akona common sense.
You know, in the Kenyatta 1.
Yes.
Whenever we had public harambes, a lot of the people who contributed, check, cash, whatever it is,
yes,
it was Bamangina Children's Home and Gatundu. Okay? In my mind, Mamangina Children's Home should have been as big as the University of Nairobi.
Right.
With the number of times people went there and gave money. I actually don't know where it is. I don't know how big it is. Gatundu, I've actually been to. Okay? I expected in those many years to have been as big as Kenyatta National Hospital. It's a big, I think it's a level 5 hospital. Am I right? Yes, it's a big hospital, by the way, and it works. What am I saying? We were sowing the seeds of this culture that you're speaking of. When the Moi era came along, people would queue to give money, and it was announced. Fanya mambo Kinuthia ametoa 5,000. Mbuvi ametoa 10,000. Siti Muga ametoa 2,000. See, the culture was being entrenched. And there would be harambes in the Moi era where somebody would go with, in fact, they just stopped short of putting the money in a wheelbarrow. That culture had been entrenched. what we are seeing are just versions of what it is people feel you need to present to the public so that they can see that you are actually doing something for them. Note, that same era of President Moi is where Moi would go out to help citizens build gabions. This was him demonstrating his participating. Gabions are very useful, by the way.
Huko Ukambani zilijengwa nyingi.
Na zilisaidia sana.
Sana.
Okay? Now, what am I saying? I am saying that something like the Nyota Fund is structured in many, many ways. If indeed we are tired of the culture where something that the government does, which is for our benefit, should not be used as a tool to popularize them, then we need to say so, because what you're discussing is exactly what is happening. It's an opportunity like none other. You have all these young people who have not voted. Some have.
Yes.
Some just didn't vote in the last election, and there were many. You have an opportunity to sell the idea that you care for them. Which politician
by having killed them first during demonstrations.
There is that discussion also. But which politician would lose that opportunity?
And I'm so happy with Kenyans, let me tell you. What Kenyans have done, they've decided not to focus on Nyota Fund. If you look at the internet right now, what is trending the most are photos of 2024, the demos, are photos of abductions. Because what we are saying, do all you're going to do, but tell us where 200 people went in Githurai, and some people in Rongai, and very many other Kenyans that have never been accounted for. Those questions will continue to linger until the next election. In fact, we have said we have refused to forget that our young people were killed by this administration, that our young people disappeared, that our young people were tortured, that some of them hit their walls on a cell.
Yeah.
I mean, their head on a walls in a cell in Central Police and died. Kenyans have refused to forget those things. So bringing Nyota Fund and hoping that it's going to cover for your sins, it's not going to cover for your sins. Hoping that it's going to endear you to the young people you killed, it's not going to endear you to the young people you killed. In fact, this June,
yes,
we are going to do very big memorials for all the young people who died. You know, we are saying we want to identify where their graves are. We shall do memorials so that we remind this government that giving us Nyota Fund does not take away the tears and the pain that we went through, because you killed us, because we were saying stop passing a finance bill that is extorting us.
You know, I was just checking out what other countries do as far as the empowerment programs are concerned, the Western countries, and sometimes I feel like it's an unfair comparison, but we have got to do it anyway, because sometimes we are saying that we want to become like those Western countries. Countries like Germany, for instance, they do not do rallies. The empowerment programs are on the government website.
Yes.
You go there. If you are a person that is targeted by that particular program, you apply, and that's it. And theirs do not come with one government and disappear with the next. Them, they are there, and they have this thing that is called longevity. Regardless of who is in power at any given time, that empowerment program is for you as a citizen, and also for non-citizens, because they have different empowerment programs for refugees and transgender individuals and so on and so forth. So again, I believe it can be done. Si lazima tupige kelele, and it can still be as effective as it needs to be. But anyway, again, we live in Kenya.
No, allow me
we
to
are a different
explain
culture.
something. Allow me to just explain something very briefly and very
Yes.
quickly.
Right.
You see, one of the things that we forget, which we should never forget at all, is when Kibaki was giving us the youth fund, he just looked for banks that were intermediaries. And they would come, and Mbuvi would go there and say, I have a small studio, iko na comp moja na mic moja. I want to expand my studio. I want to expand my kinyozi. I want to so government money was not given to anybody, and then all of us pay. If Fanyamambo, and I borrowed some money, 200,000 through a bank that time, and the loan was 8%. Can you imagine? Per annum. Per annum. So I remember I went to the bank, they gave me 200,000. I was supposed to pay a total of 216,000 in 2 years.
Right.
Can you imagine? Just 16K was my interest.
That's manageable.
And they looked at my small mineral water business, and then they helped me to expand. We cannot come and give money carelessly to kila mtu mwenye ako Jaba base, because the business you're going to expand is his chewing business. So what was happening is that time when you get this money, if you are a salon, if you have a lady who has a salon, akona kamashini kamoja ka ile blow dry, anaongezewa kapili ama katatu ama viti, they help you grow an existing business.
Yes.
And then you who took the money, you pay. Iya Ruto, he's giving money with pomp and color. And then all of us will pay for that 22,000 that was given to a young guy that we can't account for what they did.
That is a grant. We're not paying for that money. It's not a loan.
No, it doesn't matter.
It's
For
not
us,
alone.
what we are concerned about is you are not looking at sustainability. No bank comes and gives you money because you attended a rally and because you danced and because you said tutam. You're supposed to be given money because you have something that is going on. Hata kama una polish tu viatu, you're a shoe shiner, you have one stand. They want you to have 2 stands and an umbrella. That is now growing a country.
But Fanya Mambo, I don't know how well you've read into what is it about this Nyota fund that seems to run you ragged. I mean, is it that what they're saying they haven't done? Like, for instance, when they say they trained people had applied and they qualified. So what they're doing is simply giving money to people who had been pre-qualified. Are you saying that when they say they're training people, they're not training people? When they say they're hand-holding, they're not hand-holding. What is it?
What I'm telling you is this. Money is not given in this amorphous, stupid way. What we want is, show us what you do. Honestly, hata kama una carve key holders from wood, there's a guy who sells me wooden key holders.
Yeah.
Anakuanga pale kwa petrol station ya Karen. Show us what you do so that we fund what you do. It doesn't have to be $1 million business. What we are saying, show us what you do. When World Bank gives you 100 billion, you don't come and waste it and say it was a grant. Show them that you have common sense. Look for intermediaries so that when World Bank comes, and it's even biblical, when World Bank comes after 2-3 years, they will find that you multiplied the 100 billion. It's now 300 billion. But sustainably, if you tell banks, ya youth, wapatiwe na interest rate ya 4% peke yake. Yeah? But you have to have something you do. We don't care if it's a shoe shiner, ama unabebanga matunda na wheelbarrow. We want to expand what you do. But you cannot be a guy who just comes from the bush, you do nothing. And then you, hata kama unauza mayai in a bucket, you know, there are these women, and I love them. Naonanga pale Dagoretti corner. They buy one whole melon. They wash it, they slice it. Nothing big, wanaeka kwa bucket. Wanakuja akiuza 20 bob, 20 bob, 20 bob. Ukiuliza huyu mtu atakwambia kuna mahali naonanga ka shop. Badala nikuwe nikizurura, ukinilipia hako ka shop. Alafu sasa badala ya melon moja nikuwe na kadhaa, I am good to go. This is what empowerment is about. Anything else is nonsense. You have to be somebody, uko na kinyozi, iko na kiti moja. It's fine, na ni wooden. You are okay. Ile kitu hauna ni mashini ya pili, kiti ya tatu, a sink, running water.
And mirrors.
And mirrors. That is now empowerment. But we can't empower nothing. So we are telling young people, go start something, whatever it is. And we are not saying it's for rich people. Just go start what you can. Hata kama unatengeneza necklace na beads, biashara ulianza na 1,000 ama 500. Show us what you do.
So what of these folks who have got ideas but they haven't financed it? So you are jobless, perhaps hata unakulanga yo jaba. You have this amazing idea because you've probably seen it work somewhere. You just need the capital to start it.
Again, what did I tell you? Throw the money through financial intermediaries. Because when you go to a financial intermediary, they will look at your business plan.
Now this is like a bank.
Yes.
A sacco. Whatever.
Yes. But hii mambo ya barabara huku, it's nonsense.
It won't work.
It won't work.
All right. Let's wait and see how that pans out, yeah? Now, getting over to this whole issue of Government-Owned Enterprises Act. We have obviously seen this whole issue on privatization, from Safaricom shares to the KPC IPO and so on and so forth. Is it a good idea? Is it a good direction where we are right now? We're taking the right direction towards privatization, number one, and just ensuring that we streamline these government-owned enterprises.
You see, Mbovi, when you... I have told you this before. Our fathers and our grandfathers built our airport. They were just in 1978 when they were now opening the new wing. There were 15 million of them. Their main cash crop was tea, coffee. You know, they had waru. The sources of income for this country were purely agriculture in 1978. Hatukuwa na kitu ingine tunauza. But with a 15 million population, they built us an airport and very few sources of income. 2026, we are 53 million Kenyans. We are more educated than our fathers and our grandfathers. Our sources of income have diversified. Sai mpaka kuna IT, mpaka kuna AI, mpaka, you know, there's a lot of other sources of income. And guess what? We cannot expand what 15 million Kenyans built from coffee and tea and milk and honey. With all now our knowledge, with all our sources of income, tunaenda kupigia muhindi mgoja magoti anaitwa Adani akuja to expandia airport. When you start selling what you had in your own house, and I want Kenyans to look at it that way. Ati umesota, umekopa mshwari, umekopa kila kitu, sasa dakika mwisho unauza TV alafu unasema I'm rich, I've sold my TV. Come on, start using your brain. You just sold your TV. The next thing you sell your bed. The next thing you sell your home theater na fridge. Halafu unajipigia makofi unasema I am so successful. I just sold my fridge and I have money. I think that's the height of nonsense. Singapore did not get to where it is by selling what they have as a country. In fact, they nationalized. If, for example, there's a problem of management, what do? Get in the right managers. Why are banks doing so well?
Because they have the right managers.
Yes, get the right people. Just come and say, if Kenya Pipeline Company is not doing well, you know, you're moving something from a state corporation to a private limited company. Now, a private company is focused on making profit.
Yes.
Nothing else. A parastatal, on the other hand, comes in to give a service. And that's why when you go to the bulk of Europe, transport is not a private thing like we see here. It's such an important affair, it has to be handled by the government. Because you want to move people from point A to point B. They run the railway, they run the buses, they run everything.
Government runs buses.
Just go to visit Europe, go to Germany, go to the UK. History ya mtu akona private buses here. Even here, you remember we used to have KBS.
Yes.
And then we used to have the other one by Nyayo bus. Transport for a very long time, and CT will tell you.
Zile buses are daft.
Yes. Will tell you was a government affair. Because it was about moving
Kenya
people.
bus wasn't entirely government. It was
started there.
Well, there was. We didn't call it a PPP, but it was.
I remember kuna hizi buses zilikuanga na blue number plates za parastatal. I mean, hizo zilikuwa ni Nyayo.
Nyayo bus.
Talk about the Nyayo buses which were run by the National Youth Service.
Yes.
The bit of Kenya bus then went to Stagecoach. They were businesses. The government had an interest in them. But the entire structure of what you call investments then had government participation one way or the other. In fact, the government had units that helped them participate. You've heard of Kenya Industrial Estates. That's a government unit. You had ICDC. That's a government unit. So when you saw enterprises, business, commercial, uchumi, all these things, ICDC had a stake in it. The government had a structure to do this.
Yes.
The people who ran roughshod on everything that we had, President Moi is blamed because it happened in his era. It wasn't Moi. It was IMF. The ones who came with the structural adjustment program, man, those people took us back. The entire education system that we had then, if you looked at schools that offered commercial subjects, offered technical secondary schools, offered technical schools, offered these pathways you're now hearing people talk about, they existed. When World Bank came in with their very many ideas of structural adjustment, one of the first things that they claimed was the government should divest. This thing you're saying, whatever government owned, they said Kenya Post does not need to own houses. KPA should not own houses. Government should not house people. The rot that set in because of that move. Whatever had been assets attached to government parastatals, which at the time were working. Others did not work. We also have the distinction of having had parastatals which were monopolies and were supposed to have money being collapsed in that same area by individuals who headed them. Yani, you marvel how a monopoly can collapse, but that's a different story. What am I saying? I am saying that this isn't the first time we are selling what we own. I lament. In my heart, I actually weep when I look at what it is that happened to us and how that one process took us so many years back We are actually not trying to do things that we had already done and we're already moving forward with. What Fanya Mambo is saying, which makes sense, is this. And this I agree with.
Yes.
You cannot sell our property without consulting us. That is my view.
Okay.
I do not recall when I was consulted extensively, not me as an individual, regarding these sales. I was told that the decision had been made, they were selling, and I was thinking,
and the lie is how it's shrouded in mystery. Like now, when you look at the Government-Owned Enterprises Act, when they are repealing things, they've repealed between Section 40 to Section 50 of the Tourism Act. Now, those sections deal with the establishment of KICC as we know it. What they're not telling us is, now you've made KICC a private thing. But who are the directors? That one we are not being told. Then this act allows for the transfer of public property to now private companies without our consent, without our involvement. It even gets worse. Now, once they're transferred like that, and we don't know who the directors are and what they do and everything, the same act provides that the taxpayers shall be funding. Can you imagine, we take KICC, we transfer it to Mbuvi, and then now that act is crazy. We take our money and give Mbuvi to run something that he has transferred from us first for 0 shillings, and then now we are paying that. I have never seen this kind of robbery. Some of the things that had been proposed for privatization are beaches at the coast. Beach Ilimek Hasaragani, who was running a beach that doesn't have a structure. You know, it's not like you'd say Mombasa Beach Hotel and say the hotel is making a loss, for example. I'm not saying they're making loss.
They want to privatize beaches?
Yes, there are beaches that are being privatized. Even the list is online.
They are actually abrogating a law that we've had. The beaches have always been public.
Yes.
You couldn't own the beach in this country.
So now they want to own those beaches themselves. It gets worse. I told people, when you go to other countries, just like, if you want to understand this, go to Upper Hill. Just next to the British High Commission, hapo mbele kidogo, there's a property owned by Tanzanians there. And now the Tanzanians are erecting a structure, a very big one. Now this Public Enterprises Act, what it has done, it has gone to the extent of listing some of the properties we own in Zambia, in Cote d'Ivoire, and some of these other African countries and abroad.
Right.
And saying that those are some of the things that need to be privatized. So what will happen? Una imagine Upper Hill ya Zambia, ama Upper Hill ya Cote d'Ivoire, ama Upper Hill ya whichever country, Kenya has got an interest. Like if you go on Ngong Road here, kuna property ya Zambian High Commission somewhere that is now in a very dilapidated state.
Yes.
So Kenya has also identified the properties that we have outside this country through this bill, and they want to privatize those ones. So what will happen is that now City Muga can simply own a property that belonged to Kenya in Zambia. The Zambians there don't care what Kenyans will do with that property. So if I Fanya Mambo, I'm in government, I can privatize a piece of land that Kenya owns in the Upper Hill of Zambia. And then that private company is my company, which technically means I now own that. And Kenyans hawataweza kutoka hapa waende maandamano Zambia.
Si tunaweza.
Unless ni wale wa Kenya wako Zambia. But Sitio, ulikuwa kusema kitu.
I want to ask, by privatizing you mean you want to sell those properties? Again, I'm asking the question. If we have an embassy in any of those places, then we own property, for starters. So I'm asking the question, is it our embassies that we want to flog? Or is it that we...
No, this one has identified the parcels. You need to look at the appendixes to this bill. They have identified the properties. They are listed all there.
Okay, so essentially it's property that we owned, we bought.
Yes.
As Kenyans?
Yes, Kenyans.
With government, with our money.
And now the bill
Kenyan
says
taxes.
the principle, you need to read the objects of the bill, is to allow for the transfer. It's not just sale, also transfer of assets that are owned by this public enterprise. So for example, Kenya Ports Authority is, because it's a body corporate, can own assets. So what if Kenya Ports Authority, for example, owns a piece of land? And mainly most of these things that are being targeted are the tourism, under the Ministry of Tourism. So you find that the Ministry of Tourism owns a piece of land somewhere in Cote d'Ivoire. And because you've repealed sections of the Tourism Act. These items that are owned in Cote d'Ivoire by the Ministry of Tourism are basically things that can be transferred, because it allows for the transfer of assets. As we speak, the Kenya Railways Act has been repealed. The whole Kenya Railways Act. Now, for anybody who understands the Kenya Railways Act, and I'm happy City Muga is here.
And Parliament has the ones who've enabled this thing to happen, isn't it?
Let me tell you, it was passed in Parliament. And let me tell you, if you want to understand how this thing happened, ukitaka kujua hii serikali, they had malice. Go and look at 27th of November 2025.
Okay.
I want you to check on the date, on the calendar. It was on a Thursday. Kenya Gazette huwa inaprintiwa Friday. Always. Kenya Gazette huwa inaprintiwa Friday. What was this rush to gazette it on 27th of November 2025 and not 28th of November 2025, which was the next day, which was a Friday? Why it happened is because on the 27th of November, mimi nilikuwa huko kunaitwa nini?
Zambia.
Tulikuwa tumeenda, that was the time there was a by-election happening in this country on the 27th of November. The most emotive by-elections. One was happening in Kabuchai and Malava. The other one was happening where they elected Wamudhende. So sisi tulikuwa tumeenda Mbere North kukampenia Wamudhende. Some people were in Kabuchai, some people were in Malava. The nation was heated, if you remember that time.
And Parliament was empty.
And Parliament was empty. So what do? They gazette it on this day. That's why they couldn't do it for Friday 28th. Imagine Kenya Gazette in a pretty young Friday. But because you know there's a by-election happening on Thursday and you have a terrible piece of legislation that you want to pass, you pass it on Thursday when there is a by-election going on so that nobody notices. It's the same way when Ruto tells you that he loved Baba so much, he was his friend, he was his partner, he helped him stabilize. But when Raila was being pronounced dead, Ruto was busy in State House signing. You know the way you feel so bad when you lose a friend that you say, today I'm not even gonna work. It's not like there was urgency. When Raila was being declared dead, Ruto was busy in State House signing bills that were terrible for this nation, that would not, so that it's clouded in that thing of Baba's death, so that we forget what he was signing.
No, this
bill,
but Mambo, I'm glad we have this discussion because I want us to delve into something I like doing, apportioning blame.
Yeah.
This one, I'm not blaming the executive.
You're blaming who?
MPs.
Okay.
You see, and I'm going to blame us as well.
But it started as a cabinet bill.
Of course it did. Can they make it an act? Can cabinet make it an act? No.
Yes, they can.
How?
By providing enough money to bribe MPs.
When people are bribed, do you have APs with guns pointed to your head when they're offering you the money?
Okay, me, I blame the voters. Some of the people
I agree with you there.
Yes.
I agree with you completely.
Yes.
You see, there is this thing that we must bring to an end. Always finding people to blame for things which we could have done. If we give Parliament the power to oversight the executive, it means we are the ones who have the power. That's why we can give it. But it also means we can also oversight Parliament. We never do. We complain. It's like we feel once we've elected people, we have no other work to do. We've seen how people change once they get to that seat. Whatever it is they breathe in on the day that they're being sworn in, whatever it is they put on those chairs.
Naonanga kama ni zile manyoka ziko kwa kiti ya speaker.
Whatever it is, whatever happens to these guys, we've been in Benin long enough for us to see that this thing changes people. The money confuses people. When you throw in money that we're told are given to committees, people change. Something which many had never experienced, they experience for the first time, and then they have power. Why can't we understand that power has to be checked? It doesn't matter at what level it's at. More so when you see an over-exuberant executive that constantly wants to control this unit. Surely.
Again, I throw it to you and to all of us.
Throw it to me.
That this act of Parliament was maliciously passed on the 27th when people were discussing Wamudhende and Ndakwa. And number two, the operationalization of the same act was slated for the 5th of December last year, what was happening on the 5th of December last year, the president was in the United States of America. And that's when he was coming with this health act where we were being told that we are selling our data to the US, I don't know, for 240 billion was it some funny figure. So Kenyans were so focused on the president's US trip. And Buddy, I don't know what Kenyans will do to forgive you, because you're the one who gazetted this terrible piece of legislation after you knew it. You know, they are all criminals. You start with parliament, all of it in its entirety, those who voted for it. And I think what Kenyans we need to do, munisaidie, siwezi fanya kila kitu. I'm doing my research, also do your research. This Public and Owned Enterprises Act, when it was passed in parliament, we need to look at the Hansard for that day.
Yes.
Who was there and who voted for it. We create that list and we call them public enemies. All of them. We must declare them public enemies, the people who passed this thing. Then the person who accented to it, the president, also becomes a public enemy. And then the body who went and gazetted it becomes a public enemy. So that we don't get to a place where next year we start rewarding the people who are taking us down the hole that we do not want to go to.
Yeah.
So let's say everybody who had their hand on it, from the parliament to the president to the executive, that is the minister who passed it, everybody who had their hand, isipokuwa government printers, because those ones are they are civil servants. You know, they print what is brought to them. Those ones are not public enemies, because they also still print the good ones.
When Kenya Railways Act was repealed in its totality, what does that mean? What does it entail?
I want Kenyans to understand that Kenya Railways, I do not know of a parastatal that owned more land than Kenya Railways. Ukihesabu kutoka Mombasa, the old railway line, how much land they own and how many houses, hata ulikuwa najua nyumba za railways zilikuwa ngapi, they were in every town. Nakuru, everywhere the railway passed, hata Nakuru there are so many go downs owned by Kenya Railways.
Every place where even it was a 1 minute stop,
yes,
there was a house,
yes,
there was a way leaf,
yes,
and then there was other land,
yes,
they own land everywhere.
Plus now when they were building SGR also, we also compensated so many other people.
On that one hangs the tail. We keep being told they were compensated, but then it went away.
Yes, so now SGR land as well, and assets of SGR, and this act gives these people power to transfer the assets of Kenya Railways to some company that we are yet to be told what its new name.
Wait, when we repealed it, what did we enact as the new?
We have not been told. It's not there.
Is there an act that replaced the old one?
No. What
so
we are
saying
talking
is
about
there is no act that determines the functions of the railway services. Akuna
Saiz you repeal Kenya Railways Act, and they have said now we are moving into it being a limited company. We are yet to know who the directors are now. We are yet to know who will be running Kenya Railways. If you read the act again, which I have shared with you, is that the Kenya Railways now, and not just Kenya Railways, Kenya Ports Authority in its entirety, Lamu, Kisumu, Mombasa, the Kenya Ports Authority Act has been repealed.
Okay.
Kenya Airports
Authority.
Kenya Airports Authority Act has been repealed. Kenya Meat Commission Act has been repealed. So 65 parastatals are set to be sold. Their assets are set to be transferred.
Wait, including KAA?
Yes. Kenya Airports Authority right now as we speak, who is the boss of those employees? What happens to their pension? What happens to it's unclear. And I want Kenyans, all of us, to help each other. Fanyamambo can't do the whole research. I would need a whole department of research in my office, and then there would be nothing else I would do. I would never have time to look for money for my children.
Is there a country you know that has an airport authority that is private?
I haven't done that research, and you know me, I like being factual and fair. I haven't done that research, but as I speak, if 15 million Kenyans who, for the lack of a better word, were more primitive than ourselves could get as an airport authority, and now 53 million of us can't manage what they have built for us, just manage it and run it, what is wrong with us? And I keep telling President William Ruto, if governance is so hard, why don't you just resign and let somebody else who loves this country lead us? Yeah, you don't have to worry about selling things. If umefika mahali mwisho and the only idea you have is selling what we have, just resign as president. Let us have a president who will not sell what we own.
Yeah.
And this is the part he doesn't understand. In fact, he's insisting on us giving him a second term to continue selling everything. And we are telling him, look, President William Ruto, our problem is not our parastatals. Our problem is not that they are not running. Our problem is that you are incapable of bringing in the leadership that will make them work. You don't be surprised if we got a president who came tomorrow and said, who's the best MD we have in this country? What are they running? Ampatie Kenya Railways. Uone imefufuka. We had one gentleman, and I'm not here to hold brief for him, who was given the Nairobi National Park and everything, Kenya Tourism.
Yes.
His name, I think he was Ngetich or something.
I remember. Yes, I remember Ngetich.
He did very well. He did so well. The
KWS boss.
Yes.
This is Dr. Ngetich.
Yes, he did so well with KWS. What all wanasema KWS in a collapse. Dr. Liki had also done very well with KWS.
Actually, Dr. Liki was good at fundraising.
Yes.
The actual management and what good management does, Julius Ngetich is the one who actually made us understand how it is you can actually go about professionalizing it.
Yes.
Leaky could fundraise like nobody's business.
Look at
but
the army.
He ran KWS like his own property.
Look at the army.
Leaky.
Okay. Yes. Look at the army. One name stands out until now, and he's still alive. Tonje. Same army, same everything. A guy comes, his name is Tonje. What does he do? Everybody speaks about Tonje, and we've not had such radical changes in the army to date. People still speak about Tonje.
True.
If you're a good leader, and you realize those people I said, because some people think it's about tribe, both of them are Kalenjins. So not all Kalenjins are bad. Ngetich changed KWS. Tonje changed the army.
There's no community that only has bad people.
So what we are saying is just get the right leaders.
Yes.
And they are there. You look at a bank that has come from losses to profitability, get that guy.
I want us to go back to the reason as to why President Ruto feels the need to sell these companies. What was the initial reason as to why we need to sell?
Because they are selling to themselves.
Kenya Pipeline, for example.
They are selling to themselves.
Actually,
full stop.
Actually, Vanya Mambo, that's not the entire story. You see, when you owe, President William Ruto has borrowed. We are told he has added to the debt that we had of 8.7 trillion, another 4 trillion in the span of 3 years. The people who lend you with certain understandings. If I'm to go by the history of this country, the people who always push us to do this selling are not ourselves. We just take advantage of it. Because when government in the Moi era was forced to sell its asset, who do you think bought most of those houses? So they gave them to cronies, gave them to who, gave them to who, gave them. That's what they did. The door was open to them and then they walked through it. Something similar in my opinion, because I'm looking at the close association we have with IMF or World Bank, and the people keep asking the question, these guys know we have a problem, but they keep giving us money. Why do they give us money? The why answer the questions that he's saying. The idea of privatizing,
yes,
I don't fully comprehend. What I know about it is the history I've seen and the problems it has created for us over time. Because if all it was to ensure that we raise the capital to do what we need to do, it would be fine. But what ends up is that these assets end up in the hands of cronies, people who are friendly with those in power, people who these individuals have, and yet,
yeah,
there's something that we keep talking about. There's this larger picture of the infrastructure fund. There's this larger story of Singapore, as we call it. But there's an even larger story of the mineral wealth that we have that nobody talks about. If you are talking about an infrastructure fund, if you are talking about a Singapore story, a piece of rock which didn't have what we have, one, you'd tell Kenyans, you'd give them an inventory of our natural resources, what you call our natural wealth, and you'd tell us what we hope to make from it. So if you're talking about these things, we know exactly where the money is coming from. Tiomin in Kwale was able to help Kwale County in many ways. You know why? That Australian company was organized. There was money that came to the national government. There's money that went to what?
The local community.
Yes, exactly. You can see what it did. The plan to ensure that all these things take place, in my opinion, I have not heard. If it's happening, maybe I haven't opened my ears clearly. I haven't removed the wax. The selling bit puzzles me. Because if it's raising money, are there no clever Kenyans who can come up with ways in which we can actually raise money?
Can I tell you something? You don't even need clever Kenyans. I'll tell you something. You just need Kenyans who mean well. I'll not mention which governor, but I sat one day over a cup of coffee with some people who had come from Finland and we were sitting in Karen. and they were very frustrated. They had come to see a governor, one of the many governors we've had in Nairobi, and they had said, we want to start an electricity generating thing at the Dandora dumping site.
Burning that trash.
And you know, countries like Sweden in Europe is
That's
actually
what they do.
They import garbage
from the UK.
Wamemaliza garbage yao yote because wamechoma yote. This machine that is burning garbage and turning it into energy requires so much garbage. Wameokota garbage yote. Sweden is so clean, so they have to import garbage from other countries.
Yes.
Now, Kenya has a garbage problem. We spend about 360 million to just run the Dandora dumping site. And someone is coming and telling you, save the 360 million, allow us to set up a plant here. We start generating energy. Already we have a shortage of energy in this country. We have less energy than we need. And now, that governor asked for 100 million as a bribe so that he can allow them to set it up there. You know, I usually joke about it and say, today we would be fighting about garbage because you would make sure you hide your garbage. And if somebody steals your garbage, you have a fight with him because you are going to sell it. Because those lorries, what they do, they come, they weigh, they pay you. They weigh, they pay you. Because kula wanaenda kuuza. And that one is turning it into electricity. Nairobi would have become clean instantly.
Yeah.
So this garbage mess we have would not be there. The Dandora dumping site would have become clean. Because anything you drop, mtu anaokota mbio, because ikifika kilo fulani is money.
Yes.
And that's why you never see pieces of metal, because zinaokotwa na chokora hivi mpaka wako na kanini, they go, they weigh them, they sell them. Now, so our garbage would have been bringing us money, and we would have had energy and so on and so forth. Again, I come back to the same story of energy. Because we borrow sometimes, and some of this money, if we are spending 360 million every year to run the Dandora dumping site, as opposed to earning money from it and getting electricity out of it and cleaning up our city. Biogas. Every rural home has a pit latrine. And so every rural home right now should not be using cooking gas, that is butane. Mlikuwa mnaambua mtungi itakuwa 300. Every rural home right now should be enjoying biogas.
I thought that was propane.
No, biogas.
No, hii tunamnuanga kwa
ni butane.
Okay.
Ni butane. So we would have been enjoying biogas coming from our homes.
Yes.
Again, our cost of importation of liquefied petroleum gas would go down.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things we are not benefiting from. We live on the equator, for crying out loud. Every other home would have had a solar panel or two. And right now, India is actually moving from geothermal energy to solar energy. Buildings are stripping off the electricity and connecting, solar. And India is actually saying they had a target for 2030. They have surpassed that target by 50%. Moving from geothermal energy to solar energy.
And this is a country that has got billions as residents.
So what we are saying is, before you borrow money, ask yourself, what has God given you naturally as a country?
Yeah.
Things that cost us almost nothing. But we don't want. That's why we are saying, let us allow William Ruto to stop disturbing us. I resign too. We look for a president who means well, for a president who's going to give us an opportunity to flourish with what God has given us naturally.
Yeah.
But such a person doesn't exist. And I'm going to explain to you what I mean.
Yeah.
We have to stop telling people to choose a good person. If he is good when you elect him, you must be ready to hold him to account.
Yes.
He can go bad as you watch. If the citizenry do not understand their responsibility and they're not willing to take it up, and they're not willing to also ensure that the people they elect, they hold to account, then this conversation of electing a good person, you elect them good, then what happens to them?
No, there's something I want you to understand. The reason we are saying people who have some humanity in them is that when we try to hold them to account, they'll not shoot us like they shot us in 2024. There are people who just are thoroughly afraid of human life and they don't want to kill. So before have a good manifesto on everything, let's just get someone who has got this value for human life. Someone who will say, kama lazima watu wakufe ili niongoze, I would rather never be president. That we must look for. Because sasa sahi...
Hebu nikwambie nikuulize kitu kaka. You are now a fully fledged politician.
Yes.
How many politicians have people elected and they know full well this man is rotten to the core? Ni muaji, ni nini. How many have we seen?
There are very many. But now we are changing that.
I'm trying to say most people are elected because we think they are good, not because they are bad.
we elect very many people knowing what their history is. Nobody comes to the political scene with their history not known. Like right now, we have some leaders who are leaders of very terrible outfits. Very, very terrible outfits in this country that have killed people in their numbers. You know, Chinkororo, Mongiki, nini. And I've had people entertaining the idea in some quarters that one of those people is going to become a senator.
I come again?
I've had people entertaining. So, you know, these outfits, kuna Baghdad boys, kuna Chinkororo, kuna Mongeke, kuna nini.
Hizi magangs.
And because mimi sina bunduki sitaki kutaja jina yake, wanaweza niua huku. But one of the leaders of those gangs as we speak right now is being proposed to become a senator for some place, and people want to vote for him.
Is this individual someone that we know?
Yes, we
That
do.
is very popular in terms of...
Very big. Very big, and from a very populous community. So all I'm trying to say, people know these terrible human things, and they still go ahead and vote for them.
Fanyamambo, do you know what you're discussing? And I now have a minute to say this. There was the moral rights movement in the US that was led by evangelicals.
Yeah.
And moral right meaning they were very firm on what is wrong and what is right.
Yeah.
The evolution of that moral right now are the ones who support Trump. And instead of holding people who are upright, they're focusing on forgiveness. So which is a Christian virtue. So anything that Trump does, the forgiveness angle is what they bring in. We must be careful. If somebody's rotten, they're rotten, for heaven's sake. The moment you find a fruit that has gone bad, even if you put in the fridge, it is going to continue going bad. It'll just slow down the process of going bad, but it'll go bad. These leaders that we speak of, you say correctly, we know them. Actually, we do. So why do we elect them?
This time round, they'll vote for Fanyamambo. Don't worry.
Good morning, CT and Buvi. The guest is making a lot of sense. We do not have to sell everything to survive today without thinking of tomorrow. We need to have to survive today without thinking of tomorrow. We need to observe the principle of sustainable development. Devon is saying Sifuna for president. Where Lawrence anasema Ruto's agenda is to be the richest person in Kenya. Monica Nyambura says my incoming MP Dagoretti South, wakili fanya mambo. Acha nivyoongezea wakili fanya mambo kahawa kidogo, tuchukue muda wa mapumziko, alafu tukija of course we continue having this conversation and also about the IEBC, a conversation that we definitely need to hold. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has commended ongoing security operations in parts of Kerio Valley and northern Kenya. Murkomen spoke as 3 people were killed on Friday during a clash in Kibish, Turkana County. He said the country remains largely secure despite a few isolated incidents, calling on citizens to surrender illegal firearms.
And therefore, I want to announce here in Isiolo that every citizen who has a gun which is not for government, you are not NPR, you are not police officer, wewe tu ni mtu ya kushika bunduki kuattack watu, you better surrender that gun the earliest. I want to tell people who are hiding in these forests where I have said, Mukokodo, La Bendera, Kipsing, all those areas, and you are hiding and staying together with bandits, please leave those places immediately.
The National Assembly will resume sittings tomorrow with lawmakers expected to handle key financial and policy matters. Top of the agenda are documents from the National Treasury, including the 2026 Budget Policy Statement, the Debt Management Strategy, and a proposal to sell part of the government's stake in Safaricom. By law, the Treasury is required to present both the Budget Policy Statement and the Debt Management Strategy to Parliament by February 15th each year. 4 brothers aged between 9 and 14 have died after drowning in an open quarry in Kanyakwar area of Kisumu on Sunday. According to Kondele Chief Maurice Ojwang, the children were swimming in the water-filled quarry when one of them moved into a deeper section and started drowning. His 3 brothers tried to rescue him, but they were also overwhelmed by the water. Leaders from Western Kenya who support President William Ruto's re-election have vowed to mobilize voters in the region ahead of the 2027 general election. The leaders, led by their coordinator and Bungoma Governor Kenneth Lusaka, said they will work to strengthen UDA's support in the region, which has traditionally backed the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
Wacha niwaulize, najua hesabu ni ngumu, hata sisi kwa shule ilitusumbua. Kweli ukiona ukipiga hesabu, iwe kina Mnyoro wataweza kushinda mtu ya shares, atashika atamshinda. Matiang'i atamshinda. Atimanya Karua atamshinda. Kweli hata kama hesabu ni ngumu, haiwezekani, si ni kweli?
Uhuru Kenyatta, wacha kuharibu chama cha ODM, chama cha Raila Amolo Odinga. Tunajua faction fulani ya ODM, Uhuru aliwaita, amewapatia pesa.
4 people, including a 2-year-old child, died after being swept away by floods in northern Morocco, authorities said on Sunday, adding that a 5th person was missing. The Moroccan authorities had until this point not reported any casualties, but said they had evacuated over 150,000 people since the flooding started. The 4 dead were in a car in Tetuan when the vehicle was caught in sudden flooding on a road near a major river, officials said in a statement. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Erling Haaland scored a last-minute penalty as Manchester City came from behind to beat Liverpool 2-1 at Anfield. Liverpool had been leading after Dominic Szoboszlai scored a stunning free kick, and it looked like they would hold on for the win. But Bernardo Silva equalized in the game before goalkeeper Alisson fouled Matheus Nunes in the box. Haaland stepped up and calmly scored the penalty. There was still late drama as City goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma made a big save, and Szoboszlai was later sent off after a VAR review. Kylian Mbappe scored his 38th goal of the season as Real Madrid won again in La Liga, making it 7 straight victories and closing the gap on leaders Barcelona to just 1 point. Deep into stoppage time, Mbappe met a low cross and calmly finished to seal a dramatic late win for the Los Blancos. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
That is right. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and of course 89.5 in Garissa. We are in studio with Fanya Mambo Kinodia. He's a wakili and also a political analyst, and I know he's an aspirant. Atatuambia mahali anataka kusimama before aondoke hapa. But we also were talking about the privatization, not privatization rather, but actually we were talking about privatization, yes, and a couple of other things that have been affecting the country lately. One of the other issues that we need to talk about is IEBC. We saw last week Hussein Marjan, the CEO, resigned, and now he's been replaced by Ladama Sunkuli as an acting CEO.
That guy was replaced quickly, yeah?
Yes, he was. Okay. Yeah. Replaced after hiyo mambo ilifanyika. We saw the reason why that happened perhaps is because opposition akina Kalonzo Musyoka the week before, a few days before that rather, walikuwa wameenda kule wakazusha.
Akinafanya mambo huizi.
Akinafanya mambo mlienda huko hivyo mkawasha moto huko. So Marjan resigned.
Yes.
What do you have to say about that?
What were they washing moto on? I mean, something must have been afoot.
Wacha tuambie.
You see, you need to understand what Marjan does. First, he's the chief accounting officer of IBC.
Yes, he is.
He's the head of procurement at IBC.
But what?
He's the head of procurement because he's the
CEO is head of procurement.
No, he's the chief accounting officer, but he oversees procurement. Everything that happens in procurement, he has to oversee. And that is why hata zile BVR
hata kununua tissue huko yeye ndiye anaoversee.
Hata zile BVR, no, the big things kama zile BVR zilikuwa zimeletwa and printing of ballot papers.
Yes.
The decisions usually are signed by him. Now, okay, then the same Hussein Marjan Hussein, in terms of staffing, especially the staffing of the people who will now become returning officers across the country, he has a very big role to play.
And what is his role?
So just if you check the responsibilities of the CEO of IBC as are gazetted and as they exist even on a simple platform like Google, it has listed all the things I have told you.
Yes.
So removing him first tells you that those things will be affected in one way or another, positively, negatively, or in favor of the state or against the state. But that will happen. Secondly, Hussein Marjan Hussein has left at a time when young people were feeling this IBC is archaic, for the lack of a better word.
Okay.
I have spoken so many times, including on this show, about what I was calling Vasco da Gama voter registration processes, where what Kivuitu used to give us, what was a voter's card, is what IBC is giving us in 2026. They've not taken cognizance that there's a generation that registers for a bank. They open a bank account on their phone. They can borrow a loan of up to $500,000 on their phone. When they want a passport, they get it online. You can transfer a whole Prado right now without having to go to NTSA. You know, you only go there to pick the logbook. So if the logbook of a whole Prado worth 5, 6, 7, 10 million can be done online, and you're not afraid of getting 2 logbooks or something of that kind, why can't you register as a voter online? So there are so many questions we are asking. If I can move 1 million from my phone to your phone somehow, even if it's in tranches of 200,000, why can't I register as a voter online? And so, and even passports, we do it. We apply for passports. The only thing we go there is to get the biometrics. So don't give us stories of it's not possible. Na unajikumbuka IBC hata ulikuwa unachukua unaanza kupakwa mawino kwa mkono. Lot of rubbish. We're in 2026, you have a screen that takes your things digitally. And so, from where we are, we feel that replacing Marjan with Sunkuli still was not good enough for us. The least they should have gotten to was bring a qualified millennial or a Gen Z if possible.
But Sunkuli is just acting. He's not going to be there.
We don't care whether he's acting or not acting. We are at a place where the bulk of the voters don't feel represented in IBC.
Okay.
You can't keep telling us that more than 60% of the people who vote are below the age of 40. But the people who are making decisions about how we are going to vote are over 50. So they don't connect with the bulk of the population. If you bring a younger person in there, there's a course I'm doing right now.
Okay.
It's actually a low degree course. It's an addition to what I have. And the way School of Law is teaching it is in such a way that I feel like I'm in an IT class. I'm actually even beginning to feel like I'm stupid.
Why?
Because the Gen Zs are telling me, hii unafanya hivi na hivi, and I'm like, because I literally feel like I'm studying IT, but to them it's so simple, it's so seamless, it's coming out very easily. That is the disconnect that exists between this generation that is leading IBC and the generation that IBC is leading. You can't explain to me that more than 60% of the people who vote are being told how to vote by a generation above them that does not understand what the needs of these people are and at what level of tech savvy they are. We have to get to a point where we ask, like in the US, there are people who vote physically, there are people who vote via mail, there are people who vote electronically.
Okay.
Why can't we start saying that we need a voter registration process that takes cognizance of the different demographics? That's why today, if you want to register for a service like Fuliza, They know there are people who want to use the app, and they know there are people who want to use star whatever
USSD.
hash USSD. What we are saying about IBC and voter registration and voting and everything else is, can you start take cognizance of the demographics that we have? We have my grandmother who wants to go physically to a polling station. We have my grandmother who believes that a ballot must be seen and she must mark it. We have a young person who believes that an app can do it, and so many things that can follow thereafter. Let us start changing the IBC to look like an IBC of 2026. The IBC we have right now, I don't see the difference with ECK of Kivuitu. I don't. Yeah.
So with the changes that we saw, that whole issue of now Marjan exiting, what next? Have they met some of the demands that opposition had going forward? And now does that mean that opposition has got a little bit more faith in the process that we expect next year?
I think the one thing that we in the opposition are saying that will create faith for just everybody in the country, is the sanctity of the results that are tallied at the polling station. And I want people to understand, hii ile upuzi walitufanyia hapa ya Wamodhende, sijui na Ndakwa.
Upuzi gani?
This one, I was there. That's a story for another day.
Okay.
and we've had that conversation. This one, when you're sitting in that room, there are several people who want to be MCA. They have their agent. There are several people who want to be MP, governor, senator, all the seats.
Yes.
So in that room, when you're trying to come and interfere in the process, uzime stima, hata unaweza uliwa. Why? Because there are so many people who have an interest in that room. It's not just the president. The votes of the MCA, the women rep, the governor, the senator, they are all in that room. And their agents are all in that room. So what we want as a bare minimum is respect for the sanctity of the paper that comes from that room. Once people come and discuss and say, hizi ndizo results za fanya mambo, zinapiniwa kwa wall. We don't want to hear some rubbish called transmission, that has now got something stupid called a server, where votes go and start multiplying inside there. That's what we don't want to hear.
Yeah.
So if that can be guaranteed to the opposition, and we have always said, we are okay with winning or losing as long as it is credible.
Yeah. It is fair.
We want it to be fair. We want to see. Na unajua hatutaki hata sisi kuibia William Ruto. Yeah. You people think it's only the president who can steal. You forget that Kenyans combined are also very many. They can steal votes against him.
Yeah.
And if they don't like him, they can also be removing his votes and tearing them. It's possible.
Yes, it is.
So we are saying we want a fair process. Because if right now the national psyche is against William Ruto, it's about removing him from power. So what would stop us from switching off the lights and taking his ballots and tearing them away and declaring less? All we are saying is, don't steal from us and we won't steal from you. That's all. That's all. So it's not like that we are looking for a process that favors us. We were looking for a process that respects the will of Kenyans.
Does that also mean that opposition has got more faith in Ethicon now? Because initially it was a
we've never had faith in Ethicon. And we shall never have faith in Ethicon.
Why?
But because Ethicon is related to the State House Controller.
Okay.
And the State House Controller is Ruto's friend.
Is that a
and
bad
even
thing?
the process of election of Ethicon was not one of the most fair processes. However, we are also aware that President would be very happy with not having elections next year because he just wants to stay in office. So we will work with what we have. Remember, we are the same people who had said that even if Ruto makes his own brother the IBC chairperson, as long as the elections are done in a transparent manner, we are not afraid of facing William Ruto at the ballot. So we do not have faith in Ethicon.
Yeah.
We don't think he's the best person to run IBC, but that's what we have for now. And now we are telling him, you have a higher calling to put your nation before your boss. And the nation is more important than William Ruto. Ethicon, just do the right thing. We are not saying favor us. We are just saying respect the will of Kenyans. Vile hizo votes zitakastiwa, tangaza hiyo. That's all. We are not telling him to tangaza us that we've won if we have lost. All we are telling him is Ethicon, that which is the will of Kenyans, declare it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, kuna wakati walikuwa wanasema kukuwa na hiyo kazi ya IBC in whatever position inakuanga tricky sana.
I wouldn't want it myself.
Yeah.
All of them have lost hair and I like my hair. So hata huyu akimaliza hata kuwa na nywele. I don't know where their hair goes. In fact, Rani was lucky he came out with his hair.
Who?
Chilobe.
Yeah.
The girls loved him. He still left with his hair on his head.
I think
it's one crazy place to be. I wouldn't want to be there myself. Yeah.
It is because of the role IBC has.
Yeah.
But still, in 2027,
yes,
would you still say the same about the IBC?
The truth remains the truth. Whether you've won an election through that IBC or lost an election through that IBC. I mean, I can say all these things, including not having faith in Ethicon. And then by God's grace, I win Dagoretti South, and I believe the people of Dagoretti will vote for me. I will still say, much as I have won this election, I still never had faith in Ethicon. And even if I was to lose that election, God forbid, I would still say I still never had faith in Ethicon. The truth is a constant. Like saying the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Whether things change in between here, it still rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah. Azimio is nothing without ODM. Ruto now tells Kenyatta. That is one of on the inside page. Actually, this is page what? Page 5 of the Daily Nation. Wanasema ya kwamba Azimio is, this is according to President Ruto, that Azimio is nothing without Azimio. Azimio is nothing without ODM, sorry.
Yes. President Ruto, why are you worried about our nothing? Yeah. Let's start there.
He's just telling you.
We have chosen to have that nothing. Why are you talking to us about our nothing? So you just focus on your UDA, which you believe is a super party. Okay? Now, number 2, let us now speak as a lawyer. The law in the Elections Act requires that for you to exit a coalition party agreement, you must give a 3 months notice. ODM needs to have a NEC meeting because their constitution says that to make a decision of that magnitude, I did not write the ODM constitution.
Yes.
That for them to make a decision of that magnitude, the National Executive Committee of ODM must meet. And once they meet, they must ratify the decision to exit Azimio.
Okay.
And once they ratify the decision to exit Azimio, they must give, now here the Elections Act comes in. To exit, like the way Martha Karua did, you have to give a 3 months notice to the Registrar of Political Parties.
Yes.
And then after the lapse of the 3 months, they'll exit. So if ODM wants to leave Azimio, they are allowed to leave Azimio. But for them to leave Azimio, they must meet. Sasa sijui NEC yao itamita aji, because the Sifuna faction and the Oburu faction, you see already what's going on.
Yes.
So they have to meet and agree. And from where I sit, because I was with Akina Sifuna in Busia,
yes,
I can tell their faction wants to remain in Azimio. In fact, they say the logo for Azimio is Raila's R. That's the logo for Azimio, Raila R. So how do we leave something that Baba founded? And then Oburu Odinga is saying, we want to leave Azimio. You want to leave Azimio, yes. But then his logo, the logo of Azimio is your brother. It is his name, R. Hiyo ndio logo ya Azimio, hakuna logo ingine. So if their NEC will meet by law, now I'm just telling you by law.
Yeah.
And if their NEC will agree, then they will do a notice to the Register of Political Parties, and it must be a 90-day notice that is gazetted.
Yes.
And then after the lapse of the 90 days, ODM can leave Azimio. But remember, there's something beautiful about Azimio, and that's why sometimes I don't fight Uhuru. He's a political genius in his own right.
Okay.
When William Ruto was fighting all these other parties, he had forgotten that Azimio is a registered coalition political party.
True.
And being a registered political party coalition, Raila and Martha Karua actually vied on Azimio. They never vied on ODM. So what will happen in Luo Nyanza? I foresee a situation whereby half of ODM will go with William Ruto. The other half will remain in Azimio.
Okay.
This half that will remain in Azimio will combine with the united opposition.
Are they still going to call themselves ODM? This one that lives with President Ruto?
They don't need to. they can call themselves Azimio. And Azimio has got Raila as R. Na watakuja Luo Nyanza vizuri sana na watasema R ilikuwa ya nani? Ya baba. Azimio ilikuwa ya nani? Baba. Ya baba. Kwa hivyo hii chama ni ya nani? Ni ya baba. Tumeachia wale ODM, tuko kwa chama ya baba. So what will happen for the first time in Luo Nyanza? Some people will vie on Azimio because it's a registered political party, and others will vie on ODM.
Why not the other way around? Why not Azimio to go with opposition and ODM now to remain with President Ruto?
I'll explain. No, ODM has to okay, if ODM now the people who exit the Azimio coalition are the ones who are going to work with William Ruto for one reason.
So them are going to go with the party called ODM.
They could,
okay,
if the others will allow them.
All right.
So you see, there's a big fight. I don't live in that party, but I can foresee a very big fight.
Okay.
And also, the law cannot allow you to form a new alliance, a political coalition that you can register with the register of political parties.
Yes.
When you are still in another one. So Oburu Odinga, they have to choose. You cannot be in Azimio, which is a registered coalition in law, and be in another coalition with UDA. The law does not allow. So they will choose to work with UDA and form a new outfit, or they will choose to remain in Azimio.
So this
and William Ruto, the other thing,
if they choose to work with the UDA, then they have to
exit Azimio.
Yes, and with that, all the legal requirements before they actually join.
Yes.
So this is what they are doing right now. What are we calling it? This broad-based arrangement.
They said Raila was very clear. They said they had a 10-point agenda.
Yes.
And they said it's not a coalition, it's not a merger. It's a 10-point agenda that they are working together on. And that's what they signed. A 1-page document that even a standard 4 child can read. It is a 1-page document. The 10-point agenda, it has Baba's signature and Ruto's signature. Just those two. They said they are coming together to help themselves achieve the 10-point agenda.
All right.
They never said they are going into a merger. They never said they are going into a coalition. And now for them, they are in a very ugly place, by the way. Ruto wants to work with ODM. But for him to work with ODM
has to leave Azimio.
Or Ruto must join Azimio.
All right.
And if Ruto wants to join Azimio, remember he had a coalition pact with PA and this other one with the...
you've taken me back to PA.
He has a lot of parties. You know, UDA after the election immediately, kuna parties walishikana nazo haraka sana. Paka ile ya Northeastern.
PA ni ile ya Coast tu
hivyo. So again, you can't come into this marriage when you have another marriage. Ruto would have to leave this marriage and come into Azimio marriage.
The political parties act doesn't allow for polygamy.
Yeah, it's purely a
monogamous relationship. Okay, so now these folks that would want to leave, and you know, I'm talking about ODM, the ODM individuals that want to leave. Can they leave? Resign, like literally resign from, if there's such a word, resign from ODM, and then form their own coalition, their own party, give it a different name, then now continue this dalliance with the opposition.
Now, if you resign from your political party, it means you lose your
seats. Okay.
How many are ready to face a by-election right now? They know by-election ni pata potea. So you can't resign. So the only thing they can do right now is you can't eat your cake and have it. What Uhuru has done, he has thrown a spanner in the works. He has made it very difficult for them to move. And also now, there is a possibility of going to court. Because if I just want to stall the merger between ODM and you'll see.
And UDA.
And you know the good thing with Kenya, it has very many, very bright, very educated people.
Yes.
Somebody would lead the law. I mean, there are so many lawyers in ODM. Someone will just move to court and say, we've come to block this UDA ODM merger until this matter is hardened. Alafu ikae 1 year kama ile ya Gachagua ama 2 years kotini. So again, Ruto is held in abeyance. So he's not having a nice day. That's why he's talking about it. Sisi tunafufua Azimio yetu. Remember I was in Azimio?
Yes.
Sasa shida yako ni nini kama haina ODM? Sisi ni yetu, siuchuatie ni yetu. Yeah.
Na sasa zile plans zenye Mheshimiwa Uhuru ako nazo, as far as, because now he's made Kalonzo the party leader.
Yes.
You know, what are the consequences of that, if at all any?
Remember, Wiper had never left
Azimio. Yes.
So they've just chosen from one of the people who is still in Azimio and made him the party leader of Azimio.
And then there are those who argue that that is something that Uhuru actually cannot do.
No, it's not Uhuru who did. Uhuru was the chairman of Azimio.
Yes.
What is the role of a chairman? To convene meetings. So he convened a meeting of the national decision-making body.
That now made Kalonzo.
Of Azimio.
Yes.
And the national decision body, making body of Azimio, votes based on numbers. The only people who didn't come are the few who have gone with Ruto, and there were 2. Within the neck. So it's about quorum. Did they have quorum? Yes. Did it happen according to the constitution? First, who calls the meeting? The chairman.
Yes.
Did the chairman call? Yes. Did they have a neck? Yes. Did it have quorum? Yes. Did the majority vote? Yes.
Was the decision made? Yes.
Yes. So Kalonzo is the leader of Azimio. And I also want you to understand one thing. This government was going to make it very hard for the united opposition to register a coalition political party. Walikuwa wametungojea pale watufinye. Tukiongea wanafinya zaidi. Now we have a registered coalition political party where all of us can walk into. By the way, we can even change the name. When you have a registered coalition party, we can change the name. So now we have a vehicle.
What do you mean change the name? I'm still stuck. What do you mean change the name?
UDA was not called UDA.
Okay.
They bought an existing party. They rebranded it to UDA.
All right.
Sometimes when they disturb you with the process of registration, even today, what people are doing is you go and buy a dead party. You know, a party that has got all the registration process done, but it's defunct. You buy, and then you have a NEC or an NDC
of that party.
Yes. And then you declare that you are changing the name. And the color was green, you make it like NAC Kenya.
Yes.
NAC Kenya rebranded to PLP. It's very easy to change your name. So registering a political party, especially a coalition political party, is a nightmare. Parliament had to go in during recess around Christmas.
Yes.
And Akina Junet had to push it in 2021 so that by December we have a registered coalition political party. That is one thing that they did in Parliament. They had to come from recess and do it in December. So, and they changed the law that allows you, but it is very difficult to register a coalition political party.
So it is better and easier to simply buy an existing one.
Yes.
So let's say they would, because when this whole issue of changing the name was to change the name of what, Azimio or ODM, or to change which name specifically?
Kenyans like new things.
Okay.
Today, if you try to run on a party that has been there and failed, like Kanu, for example, and is trying to come back, it's very hard. And that is the challenge that Jubilee is facing. They are our sisters. I don't hate them. I was one of them. I like them. But within the mountain, you realize there's time Uhuru came with TNA.
Yes.
By the time we were getting to the next elections, the people of the mountain were lethargical to TNA. They thought it was old. So they wanted something new. They came with Jubilee. It was exciting. Right now, they're very excited about DCP. They can't hide it.
Where?
So right now, if you come with a party that has existed in the mountain,
right,
to some extent, sisi Wakikuyu tunapenda kitu mpya. I don't know why, but that's how we are.
So it's a mountain thing. It's a central thing.
Yes, to a great extent.
Okay.
In fact, if you check for Dasili, ilifika mahali kafifia, DP kakuja, we just like the new thing, the new party. It's like a breath of fresh air.
Is it the new party that you like, or is it the new leader that you like?
Not necessarily,
but all
for
these
now
parties that you mentioned had people who stood out as their leaders.
Yes, it's
and
fine.
In the absence of those leaders, those parties were neither here nor there.
Yeah.
It's like they're the ones who breathe life into those parties.
It's a combination of both.
For the people,
what is the
without Matiba, what was it?
What is the word for new in Kikuyu?
Jero.
So they like
Kiero.
So
Kiero is new.
They like this nice shiny stuff.
They are new.
Okay.
But also a person who puts up a fight. In the Kikuyu community, they revere two things. One, you are either a hero or they are sympathetic to your plight.
Okay.
Uruto got a lot of sympathy votes from the mountain. Oh, anaonewa na Uhuru. Oh, anafanywa madharau. Hata akina Kawajiko, mtoto wa Sigo mother. You know, Kikuyus are like that. So first, they have a pity party as they vote for you. But also our people from the mountain like a hero. You know, he's a fighter. Ne, japa. You know, there's a time when Raila worked with Kibaki.
Yes.
And he changed from Kimundu Kiguruki, which is a madman, to Jamba. Everybody was saying he's Jamba. You're putting up a fight for them. You are in the front line. You are seen to be a fighter for your people.
Okay.
They also embrace you very
well.
So I think with Azimio, if all goes well,
yes,
and if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta does shake hands with Rigathi Gachagua, because I'm firmly in DCP, I get to a place and I decided, you make a choice.
Yeah.
You have to get to a place. In this country, Kenyans hate indecisiveness.
It's true.
Oh, Nagojea, you're sitting on the fence. Kenyans will knock you out. So if Uhuru does actually shake hands with Rigathi Gachagua,
yes,
and if the Sifunas don't work with the Ogingas, right? Then I can tell you, Azimio will become a very good home for the entire Wiper, DCP, and everything.
Akina Sifuna don't work with your dingas. What do you mean?
As we speak, because yesterday I was in Busia, and I had an opportunity to be part of the whole procession, to speak on the dais, and in Busia it was one term.
Yes.
But now Akina Oburu Odinga are speaking two term.
Akina Oburu Odinga and whom?
Now there's Oburu Odinga, there's Gladys Wanga, there is Junet Mohammed, there is Joho, there is the 4 cabinet secretaries who are in government and were part of ODM.
That's a given.
That whole lot is saying two term.
Right,
everywhere they go.
That's Odinga. Raila has children. They're also Odingas.
No, I was saying the Jaramogis.
I think what he meant was the Oginga.
Oburu, sorry.
No. That's what I wanted him to say. He means Oburu.
The Oburu
if you evoke Jaramogi's name,
hiyo umeenda juu kidogo, hiyo ni kila mtu.
I stand corrected. Unajua kwa Mkikuyu Oginga na Odinga kidogo tu.
Shida ya matamshi.
Matamshi ni kama Wajiro na Wajiko. Is an R and a K. So but the whole team that is led by Oburu Odinga, that one is saying to term, and they are very clear about it, and they are saying they want to work with William Ruto into 2027.
I believe that faction from ODM that is with the Sifunas are calling themselves what? Linda Wananchi or something.
Linda Wananchi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you've said what if Oburu and Co, those folks that are of two term and decide to join you folks and now start singing one term? Is that something that is acceptable?
You see, removing William Ruto from the presidency is a national decision, collective effort for everybody. So we are saying, if they want to join us, we are happy to work with them. And even those who have not gotten there, we have a collective effort to show them where they are wrong and to pray for them seriously because they are suffering from Stockholm syndrome.
Declare it a national action without supporting evidence. National, what do you mean it's national?
He has said rather it is an activity for everyone.
Yes.
Everyone should do this. That is what he.
And I'm trying to ask the question. When you say everyone, you are including everyone literally.
Including UCT.
Everyone, whether you're in Central, whether you're in Rift Valley. That is what he's saying.
Starting with you, we need to persuade you.
Who consulted me on this matter?
This is what we are saying.
You've already included me without consulting me.
I'll tell you why we included you.
You know why it is I don't get concluded. If you don't ask me, I can't be included. But go ahead.
I'll tell you why we are including you. I keep telling Kenyans, in 1973, you've heard of the attack in Stockholm, where robbers went into a bank. They were robbing a bank. They found people inside there. They held them captive for 6 days. But during the 6 days, they got to a place when these people, of course, were hungry. They needed a bathroom break. So these abductors, for the lack of a better word, they were the people who held
oppressors.
The oppressors. Would give them an opportunity to go to the bathroom. You know, when someone who's been holding a gun to your head tells you, I can allow you to go to the washroom so that you don't pee on this, you feel like he's doing you a favor. Remember, he's captured you, he's oppressing you. Then ukikaka, they had, I think, biscuits and what. If you are so hungry, they would give you something to eat. By the third day, they were seeing like the oppressors were heroes. Imagine this guy allows me to go to the bathroom. Imagine he gives me something to eat. Imagine he's not shooting my head. He's a good guy. Let me tell you what happened. When the police were able to thwart that whole thing, and these guys were arrested, these abductees, these oppressed people,
the victims,
the victims themselves, started changaing money and raising cash bail for them. They even refused to give witness against them. It is called the Stockholm syndrome. When your oppressor becomes somebody you can even pay cash bill to help, because you have gotten psychologically affected. You are not normal. You are not okay. When somebody kills your children, removes SHA, NHI even gives us SHA, they abduct people. They do all the terrible things that this administration has done. And then you find yourself sympathetic to this administration and saying two-term. Because once in a while they give you beans that aziivi, and once in a while they come and promise you gas ya 300 and doesn't happen. You start feeling like, oh, this is God himself. To the extent that you are willing to go and offer yourself as an agent to just protect UDA votes. That is a Stockholm syndrome. There are so many Kenyans who are sick and they don't know, and they are singing two-term. So first we need to pray for them seriously, like say a rosary for them, one every time if you can.
Novena.
Do something, do a novena for them, but also take them for psychiatric counseling if you can. If you're a counselor out there, offer your services once in a while to counsel somebody who is singing two-term. You get somebody like Dennis Itumbi, you sit him down, you explain to him what is wrong, you offer him. So I stopped fighting William Ruto. I gave up on fighting William Ruto. Nowadays I talk to his supporters. I talk to those people who sing two-term and I tell them, have you ever considered going for counseling? Have you ever considered sitting with someone who sees that you have a mental problem so that they can guide you and help you come out of this Stockholm syndrome?
There are some Kenya Mambo has taken a process that began with Jomo Kenyatta, has been carried on through all the presidents we've had. The one whom we put the least burden on is Mwai Kibaki. Whether it is Kenyans being terrorized, Kenyans being killed. You know, in the Moi era, one didn't perhaps take note or document these things as well as we did after the 2010 constitution. But in terms of Kenyans being killed, the problems we had in the year 2008 killed more Kenyans than we had ever seen because of one incident. Prior to that, when Jomo Kenyatta visited Kisumu, official report said that there were 11 people who were killed on the roadside.
And the 1985 Wagala massacre as well.
Now you've understood where I'm going with my discussion.
Yes.
I am trying to say the other massacres that are not spoken of, but they occurred. We have a history of citizens being traumatized. It just depends on which side of the divide. Uhuru's government broke even new records. The Kibaki government was mild. Uhuru government was not mild, it was vicious. People died. The numbers, by then, we could document. Whether it was a police working group oversight and all that, they documented these things. My point is, the government of William Ruto has added to the trauma that we've been in. Unless Fanyamambo is saying that it is a straw that has broken the camel's back. Because if it is trauma, it's cumulative. The generation of Gen Zs saw their own being killed, being shot, being abducted. It's something they never experienced before. Those of us who are older, this is some of the things, we've seen those things happening over and over and over. For us, this is just a new chapter.
Well, there's a small difference. Allow me to say this.
No, please, I'd like you to say.
The guy who was shooting at our young people in parliament, kneeling like this with an AK-47. The Wagala massacre, you may never put a photo. We just say blanketly, police killed, and investigations need to happen. Do you know Gen Zs even took out the name, the photos, they put him. And they told William Ruto, this is the guy who was kneeling.
They gave him a name.
Yes.
Said it is so and so.
This is the guy who was kneeling and shooting. Where is that guy today? You see where we have a problem with William Ruto? What happened right the other day, Hapa, Nyeri? That madman, because I can only call him a madman, who came and shoot tire, and shoot screen, and shoot tire. You saw that. And then once he was done, he turned, knelt, and started shooting towards the church. That man is walking free. Yet Gen Zs have given a name. They have given everything about that guy, including his photos. Why Kenyans are at pains with this administration is because this administration is basically telling you, yes, we have known he's a cop. We even know where he is. You even told us Kenyans are so clever, they even tell you his false number.
Yeah.
And then that guy is walking free. So William Ruto, hata ukituletea nyota 15, we are looking at you and saying, wait a minute. Didn't we show you the photos of the people who killed us in parliament? Didn't we give you their names? Didn't we tell you who they are? And what did you do about it? The day William Ruto is going to answer that question. Because let me ask you, if that guy was kneeling down and shooting at Nick Ruto's matatu, ile inaitwa ni mood ama ni doom.
Mood.
If that same guy was kneeling down and shooting at Chalin's Ruto Prado, and anashoot mguu na anashoot kio ikiwa imepakiwa mahali kwa kanisa, is this the same conversations would be having as a country? Do you think that guy would be walking free? If he was shooting at Kimani Ichung'wah's car, God forbid, Kimani Ichung'wah ameenda kanisa, kumerushwa tia gas kwa hiyo kanisa, ama DP Kithure Kindiki, zile magari zote walikuwa wamekuja nazo za UDA, there's a mad guy shooting the windscreen and tire. Do you think that guy would be walking free? That's why he's unforgivable.
Well, let me just explain this. Within the Magala massacre and other massacres that happened in the northeastern province, we had provincial administrators, we had district commissioners, we had provincial police commissioners, we had these district police officers, OCPDs. We know them by name. We know how orders are given. We know who goes where. We know the commanding officers. We know
who releases the gun.
Yes, we
how
know
many bullets they sign for.
We know the units that were sent. It's not as though we didn't know. In 2008, the problem that we refer to as the so-called election violence, which had actually begun in 1992 but were culminating that particular point in time, in Kisumu town, pictures were taken of a young man who was jumping somewhere. A police officer aimed, shot him, the person died. Okay? We know the name. This is not the first time people have been shot and dead. How did I know the name of Baby Pendo? Because this child was killed. We know the people who were involved. There were young men who were taken from Nyalenda by police and shot. It's not as though we don't know. These are things that are known. Any atrocity that has been committed in this country, it may not be spoken about, but it is documented. You can follow the chain of command and you will know who was responsible. In this day and age, because it's a communication age, it is a lot easier to talk and submit and proliferate the information. That's the only difference. But people being killed and knowing who was responsible, that has never been a problem. I am not holding brief for William Ruto. The Uhuru government and the people it killed, the numbers are many. These discussions never take center hold. There is nobody who is pushing that agenda as much as they are pushing the agenda. There is no killing which is less than others. There's no killing which is muted and better than the other. They are all horrible. If we are going to discuss these things, then let us look at all the atrocities that have been committed over the years, and then the innocent Kenyans who've been abducted, disappeared, killed. That is the discussion. And who was in power at that point in time, who the officers were, and who should be held responsible. It can't be for one period. It has to be for the entirety, because those unresolved cases span the history of our independence.
True story. Kuna watu kadhaa walitajwa kwa gazeti last week. I'm forgetting all those names, but one of them is Nyoro, MP for Kiharu. What do you think their future in ODM, not ODM, but UDA?
Nyoro meant ODM.
No. But wanaweza kuwa nenda ODM. But what is their future in UDA, especially considering now UDA is sort of like looking for new faces to fill in spaces that...
Let me throw a spanner in the works. I happened to have been in Murang'a on Friday when we were burying Nani's mother. His name is Jamlek Kamau's mom. May she rest in peace. And there was a conversation going on there about Ndende Nyoro. And somebody told me that the Murang'a business community has actually approached Ndende Nyoro and they are telling him to vie for Governor
Nairobi County.
Yes. Now that throws a very wild spanner in the works.
How so?
Because we know we have Irongo Nyakera, and you know we have...
And he also comes from Murang'a, does he?
Yes, and you know we have Gakuya.
Yes.
But Kenyans,
Gakuya is the deputy.
You know, Gakuya is the MP for Embakasi North.
Oh, that very popular fellow.
Yes, he has billboards all over. So I asked them, but we have Gakera and Nyakera. You know, we have Gakuya and Nyakera.
Yes.
They told me a Nairobian may, for some reasons, vote for Gakuya because they think he's abrasive, he's got the Sonko kind of politics. They told me another Nairobian, the middle class, may vote for Nyakera because they think he's soft-spoken, he's a technocrat, he can deliver. But very many Kikuyus will vote for Babu Owino because they feel that he combines both.
Okay.
But they said if Ndende Nyoro comes, everything goes haywire. Because they said Ndende Nyoro first is brilliant, he's technical, but he's also very campaign savvy. If you see him on a mic campaigning, you know what I mean. So I listened to that. Na vile sisi tunasema tunasikiza ground, I said it's an interesting thing. But the coming in of Ndende Nyoro, if he does accept what his people are telling him, would change Nairobi in a big way, and it would change the politics of Nairobi in a big way. I don't know how that would affect Nyakera, my friend, and Bazenga, who is also within DCP, our friend. No, they call him Bazenga. Nani?
Is that so?
Yes, they call him Bazenga. That's his nickname. But yes, so there is that warmth around Ndende Nyoro, and they are saying because of his stand in economics, his knowledge of things, his ability to campaign, he's smart in the books and smart in politics and on the streets and on vehicle tops. So we are waiting to see how that will turn out to be. But that is the feedback I bring from a function I attended in Moranga. And I don't know how it's going to span out, but in short, people are looking at Dende as someone slightly bigger than Kiharo itself.
Actually,
but
when,
not ready for president yet. Actually, and then also, one thing they said, and I responded, they said, if Ndende Nyoro comes, the Moranga tycoons will unlock their money to finance his campaign. So it will liquefy the gubernatorial campaign for Nairobi. I personally admire the other candidates who are there. I mean, I wish them well. But this is one candidature that changes the whole race in very many ways.
They were saying that on social media, that is, especially that time that Nyoro and Babu were on Jeff Kwenange Live.
Yeah.
One of the things that people are saying that ticket of them two would be a strong one, would be an awesome one. Now, where people were disagreeing is who would be the running mate, who would be the main character as far as the.
It's a terrible ticket.
You think so?
Ndende is strong on his own. Babu is strong on his own.
Yeah.
One cannot deputize the other. No. Most governors will look for a subtle person. It was like the Ruto Rigathi ticket. Two very abrasive. You know, both they are alpha males.
Yes.
Yeah. Very abrasive, very combative, very outspoken, very. What do you call these men what do you call people who are generally talkative? What do you call them there? There's a name for them. So that's what they are.
Yeah.
They can't make a good pair. And that's why now you see Ruto Kindiki looks okay.
But we had Uhuru and Ruto.
At some point, one of them had to swallow a pill, and it was Uhuru. You remember there's a time when Uhuru got to a place when he couldn't even shake Ruto's hand. He got to a place where he decided to actually manage his own deputy. At some point, he knew he was in a terrible place.
Yes.
He hated where he was, but he allowed Ruto to stay. That's the difference between Uhuru and Ruto.
Okay.
He said, you know what? We looked for this seat together. I'm a fair guy. I may deny him some responsibilities because ukimpea damu nasikia hata kama si amekula imekuliwa. Wacha tuseme ni aliiba but iliibiwa. You know? So you give him too many things and then you have too many problems. So akamnyang'anya a lot of responsibilities, but he retained him as a deputy president. And I think that's a lesson that Ruto should have learned.
Okay.
He should have learned that. And I think Rigiji was not so bad. He just learned from his boss. Because I think Rigiji used to look at what Ruto was doing as deputy president to Uhuru. Then Rigiji tries to do the same to Ruto. Or even milder. Then he's hit. And then he's like, hey, but ulikuwa unafanya hivi kwa boss yako. So, yeah.
But you know, mimi I'm of a different opinion at this point in time. Perhaps Nyoro should just continue with Kiharu, and then at the right time.
Which is the right time in politics?
At the right time, the one that he will see fit. Because I feel like akiendea governor, after that.
Let me tell you. Nairobi needs a manager.
It does.
So what I'm saying is I'm just giving you what I had in Murang'a. Are they right? I don't know. Should he do it? It's a decision he has to make. As it is, the race in Nairobi now has got the three main guys. It's either Irongo Nyakera or Bazenga, as they call him, or Babu Owino.
Yes.
It's a 3-horse race. But the people of Murang'a are pushing their son to come to Nairobi. And you know, as a politician, you listen to your people. If your people tell you, we feel that it's time for you to grow politically, then you might want to consider that. So those are conversations that people are having. Maybe zimefikia dende, maybe hazijamfikia, but those are conversations I picked from Murang'a. And it's a spectrum ambako unakuta those debates are going on. And they're even asking, simuite Mwangi wa Equity ende yaongeleshe dende Nyoro, simuite nani. Those are conversations they're having.
Because God forbid he misses that opportunity. He misses the seat. He loses the seat rather. He loses the
gubernatorial.
Yes.
Chances are very slim of him losing.
But what
I'll tell you why. You see, the united opposition has gotten to a place where the Kikuyu community and Gema, to a great extent, is saying they don't want the presidency. They don't want the deputy presidency. They don't even want the prime CS. They just want to take Ruto home.
Yeah.
You know, William Ruto was hoping that Gema would produce a candidate. Then ile plan yao walikuwa wameanza na kina Kaluma. By the Kaluma alinyamaza. Because the only thing he could say that time was Gema versus Kenyans. Now, can you imagine when the Kikuyu decide we are not providing a president, we are not providing a deputy president, how do you make it a war between Kikuyus and Kenyans? And they are not going for the presidency. No, you'll have to come and say, if we have sponsored a Luya candidate, or we are supporting a Kisi candidate, or a Kamba candidate, how do you come and tell us you are fighting us? Yeah. You know, you take away from Ruto that campaign of marshalling tribes against one.
Yeah.
And now it becomes an issue of we've provided Aluya, Sifuna, or even Oburu. In fact, we said we can even get Oburu Odinga and say he's our candidate. Kama ulikuwa unataka kumpea deputy, we'll make him our candidate just to make sure Ruto is not president.
But this marshalling of communities against one, what represents as the reality is that it is something despicable. But how true is it that people marshal?
No, they had started that conversation. Duale was saying it unashamedly. Kaluma was saying it unashamedly. They were saying it at ni Wakikuyu, ni Wakikuyu, ni Wakikuyu.
And what's the fodder? What is it that gives them the grounds to have that discussion and even that argument?
That is why for us, we've told them, we will not even allow that conversation to go on. Before you even start it, we refuse all those seats. But we are saying, as a negotiation, the Gema community wants the Nairobi gubernatorial seat.
Now you see, that is where now, for instance, the problem arises. Because I was thinking, we already have a governor. His deputy comes from the Gema community. And now there is this talk. The other communities that are in this great city, the Kamba, the Kisii, the Luo, the Luya, their numbers are more than Gema put together.
But we are telling them to take the big seats. Those people you are saying, the Kamba, the Luo, the Luya, we are telling them, go for president, go for deputy, we will support you.
You see,
in fact, even another Kalenjin who is not William Ruto, even if they bring Alfred Keter, another Kalenjin who is not Ruto, we will make him president.
Fanya mambo. You see, this is where I think some of the architects of these discussions miss the point. You are telling them what you think they should do. Have you asked them what they want?
Yes.
What do they want?
They have told us that for the longest time, the presidency has rotated amongst two communities. The Kikuyu and the Kalenjin.
They told you it has.
Since independence. And then now we are telling them, we have accepted that we feel that we have unjustly, you know, this is very many years. Sisi tumekuwa kwa hizo viti. And we feel for the first time as Kikuyus, we are ready to support a candidate. Give us one. Yeah, give us a formidable candidate. Museme huyu ndio mnataka. Na tuulize wa Kenya, huyu mnataka tu support huyu. Wakisema ni mbuvi, fine. Wakisema ni Oburu Odinga, fine. Wakisema ni Kalonzo, ni Matiang'i. From where we sit as a Gema community, we want to tell people that we are not entitled to the presidency. Hiyo kitu watu watoe, because watu wamekuwa wakisema we feel entitled to the presidency. We are not. We have votes and we are ready to support other communities. Sasa wacheni mambo mingi. Go sit as those other communities. Come and tell us that we feel that so and so is qualified.
You know, Fanya Mambo, I have a very big problem with that discussion.
Why?
And those who propagate it. For one very simple reason. You know, that discussion is the discussion we always have with our politics. And you know what? It doesn't feature the Mwananchi and what the Mwananchi seeks to benefit at all. It's always about this group and that group and what they want to get for this group and what they want to get for the other group. And it's a proliferation of what we've had all along. And if you ask me, that's what ails us. Because we don't discuss the things that would help the citizenry. It is what the political class will get. That is at the heart of the discussion.
But City is not getting one thing, Mbuvi.
Which is?
In 2024, 2025, if you listened to Fanya Mambo,
yeah,
I was saying the young people want this. We want this, we want this, we want this, we want this. I was very clear. Until these politicians started bringing conversations about tribes. And they started making the people from my community feel like we are the problem. And we realized that these people have not moved. We are discussing issues at the height of the Gen Z demos. We were tribeless. We were discussing issues. We still are. But they still have to keep dragging us to their old politics. Yesterday I was in Busia. I was with Sifuna, who is Luya. I was with Babu, who is Luo. I was with Karoli Omondi, he's Luo. I was with Onyonka, his Kisi. I was with Kibagendi, his Kisi. Nothing about our tribes arose. Lakini hii generation imefika 55. Tukikaa chini na wao, nyinyi wa Kikuyu. So we get ourselves now, finding ourselves having to have a conversation that is that low. I hate having a conversation that direction. But the reason I reach out to them is because I've realized there's a very huge population of ours that is still there.
We actually cannot minus it from our political
so the more I try to have a conversation that is devoid of tribes, the more I interact with an older folklore that only talks about tribe and tribal numbers. But every time I sit with Kibagendi, we discuss issues. When I sit with Sifuna, we discuss Shah. We discuss, when I sit with, Nani might be in his 60s, but he's really good. Onyonka. Onyonka discusses issues. And then mukikakaa munakutana tena na mapumbavu zingine zinaanza kusema, sisi, hatutaki Gema, Akikuyu, nini. So I find myself feeling like I am guilty for having been born Akikuyu. And that we are being told we are bad. So I have to come and say, wait a minute. Hii kitu inafanya tuambue sisi wa Kikuyu ni wabaya. Ni nini specifically? Naambua munataka president. Nasema sasa, na tukiamua hatutaki. Mutupatie mtu mwingine tumsupport. We are still bad.
Fanya Mambo, Uhuru alianza hii kitu.
Si tunajua time imeenda.
Najua. Tutaiacha hapo.
Tutaiachia hapo. Lakini Fanya Mambo hatutakuachilia. Wewe utakuja tena siku nyingine tuendelee kuongea haya mambo. Especially on that tribal point, yeah?
Hiyo walituvuta huko chini. We were above. We tried to come out alafu.
But we've had the politicians who've come here, sitting politicians in parliament and senate, who've said it is impossible to ignore this tribal conversation, and they said even next year we shall vote. When it comes down to that last person casting his or her ballot, itakuanga on that table of tribe. Hivyo ndivyo alisema. But anyway, nitakuita juu ndio analyst utuelezee zaidi, si ndio?
Thank you.
All right, here it is. We're taking a short break. Coming up next, we do have Deputy Party Leader Jubilee Party and a former MP for Kajiado North, Honorable Joseph Manje, up next. But right now though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Former Mwea Member of Parliament Peter Njuguna Gitau is among 5 suspects arrested after detectives recovered 2 Isuzu lorries stolen in Murang'a County. The vehicles were traced to Mombasa, where investigators say they have been fitted with counterfeit registration plates in attempt to evade detection. The arrests were announced on Sunday by DCI, which said Detectives from Operation Support Unit had tracked down the vehicles after meticulous investigation launched following the theft. According to DCI, the 2 lorries were stolen in brazen theft in Gatanga on August 16, 2025. Lawyer and political analyst Fanya Mambo Kinuthia has called for fundamental shift in how the Nyota Fund is implemented. He argues that true empowerment lies in supporting people who are already engaged in productive work rather than distributing cash through what he termed political theatre. Speaking during an interview in Radio Generation today, Mambo criticized the government's broader economic approach, linking empowerment programs to what he described as deceptive taxation measures that continue to burden ordinary Kenyans.
You set up such a big event, spend millions of money on tents and chairs and, public address to come and tell people that I have sent 22,000, as if these people who have been sending 22,000 of their hard-earned money, because unatuma pesa ya World Bank, of their hard-earned money, have ever had an event of that kind. Na ndio maana mnaitwa wajinga. Because I think everybody who sends 22,000 should have a big event. Ndio maana mnaambua muna agenda. Because mtu mwenye anatuma 22,000 anafaa kuwa na a big event. Ndio mnaambua hakuna mahali mnapeleka Kenya. Juu mtu mwenye anafaa kupeleka Kenya mahali anafaa anytime you want to spend 22,000. Kenyans listen to me.
The family of 21-year-old student who died on Saturday after allegedly being shot by police in Huruma area of Nairobi is demanding justice as tension grips the neighborhood. Angry residents who staged protests following the death of Cheryl Adhiambo clashed with police officers yesterday, leading to widespread property damage. Human rights activist Hussein Khalid is calling for the arrest of the police officer involved.
Mtoto wangu ndiye alikuwa macho yangu ya kesho. Sherehe ndiye alikuwa macho yangu ya kesho. Sasa mtoto wangu mimi nimeacha kwa mkono ya serikali. Mimi sitataka kujua ni aje ama ni vipi atapelekwa nyumbani, maneno yake itaishe, haki yake itakuwaje.
OB namba ni right ya kila mtu. OB kuhudumiwa na polisi ni haki ya kila mwananchi. Lakini tunaona hadi hivi sasa, badala ya polisi kujaribu kutuliza watu, kuonesha action is being taken by arresting the officer ambaye inasemekana anajulikana, hawafanyi hivyo.
Pro-democracy campaigner Jimilai has been sentenced to 20 years in prison after being convicted of national security offences in Hong Kong. The media tycoon and British citizen was found guilty of 2 counts of conspiracy to collude with foreign forces and 1 count of publishing seditious materials in December last year. The 78-year-old had denied all the charges against him, saying in court he was a political prisoner facing persecution from Beijing. His lawyer gave no comment when asked if he would appeal his sentence. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. This is 88.8 FM, Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. That's in Nairobi, that's 88.8 FM. Mombasa tuko 90.7 na kuna ndugu zetu wako kule Garissa wanatupata on 89.5 FM. In studio, I am with City Muga, but also joining us is Deputy Party Leader of Jubilee Party. Hey, he is also a former Member of Parliament, Kajiado North, but also we have hosted him here before, sometime last year. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana, good morning everyone.
Tumekaribu, mimi tunakukaribisha sana. Kitu moja nime notice you are looking brighter than you looked that time. Ni maji umebadilisha ile unakunywa? Ama ni mambo mapya mwaka mpya.
Tuseme ni vile naona Jubilee is coming up.
Yes,
and
actually.
Our country is becoming a better country, and most likely we are going far. So when the country is good, many people are proud of it.
The stresses Jubilee Party had last year have reduced significantly.
Yes.
And we also saw recently mulifanya mabadiliko kidogo as far as the party structure is concerned, the party leadership is concerned. Why did the party rather make those changes at the time that it made?
Let me say, as the party now gears up to the election, it has to do some changes here and there to align itself with the current trend. So what happened is that we changed a bit at the top. We elevated Kioni to now to be a deputy party leader.
Yes,
I am also there, and we have another one from Mombasa,
right?
And now Fred Matiang'i, who is a Afra bearer of Jubilee,
right?
So in the same context, we appointed a new SG and ED. SG is the former member of parliament, Narok.
Yes.
Ole Kenta.
Right.
And the ED is also a very able person. So I think we want to give it a fresh blood, and we see whether it will pick up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, recently, Azimio as a coalition elevated Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka to the level of now party leader, replacing, of course, the late Raila Odinga. A lot of people have been asking, okay, how did that happen? Was it something that was planned? Was it something that was supposed to happen at the time that it happened? Or did something necessitate the appointment of Kalonzo as the party leader of Azimio?
Let me remind Kenyans that as we went to last election, many parties came together. There were about 22 parties there. We had three major anchor parties. We had Jubilee, we had ODM, and Wiper parties. And in the arrangement, the chair was now the Jubilee, who is former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
And the party leader was Raila Odinga. And now Kalonzo was also there in the anchor team, the three. The three were the anchor, the strong parties. Then we had 19 more.
Yes.
So it was a very strong coalition, which was registered as a party also.
Yes.
And it had its own structure.
Right.
Now when Raila died, definitely there was to be a replacement, and also to rearrange. You see, there is some rearrangement that is coming up in ODM.
Yes.
They had to change to make it look better to prepare for next election. Because if you remember, the other time we came together and we gave a very good competition in this country.
Yes.
And we had almost gotten it. Actually, most likely we had gotten it. People who are in UDA said that they stole for their candidate. So we want to repeat the same. So the parties will come together, add more parties to make sure that at least the 200 that we went short of, we get them. So I am most likely the next president of this country will come from Azimio.
Okay.
Because the 22 parties are still intact, apart from very few that left. So with the 22, if we add more, it means Azimio will remain a very strong party and coalition of parties.
President Ruto said recently that Azimio is nothing without ODM. Is ODM still in Azimio number one? Because we are seeing a lot of voices, and we know legally they are part of Azimio for sure until otherwise said otherwise. But in terms of the spirit of ODM, is it still in Azimio?
Maybe he's not aware that ODM is still in Azimio. I've talked of the three anchor parties.
Yes,
Azimio was one of them. Even when Raila died, he knew very well that his party is in Azimio. And even that, remember in our NDC last year, when Raila was alive, Uhuru said we are in Azimio. We still remained in Azimio. So, and to leave Azimio is a process. It's not just a matter of saying you leave it.
And then you wake up and
leave. You have to register. You see, this coalition is registered with the Register of Political Parties, ORPP. And if you want to leave the coalition, you have to apply, and then you have to wait for a period.
Yes.
And before you do that, you have to go back to your political party. You have to sit down and discuss with your members that you want to leave Azimio. Then after that, that's when you will come and give the reasons.
Yes.
The other parties will sit, because they are 22. They will sit. All the SGs of those parties they normally sit and agree on an issue.
Right.
They will agree. And from 2022, the only party that wrote officially is Madakarua's party.
PLP. At that time it was NAC.
Yes. They requested when they realized ODM was leaning to broad-based. I think he was better with that decision. She decided to withdraw
to exit
her party.
Okay.
Otherwise, she could have maybe the person who was to take the leadership, because he was the running mate to Raila Odinga.
Yeah, should
but
have
now,
been.
but now since Kalonzo was also a senior person in it, I think that's why he was elevated to that. But that does not mean he will be the only presidential candidate, because also remember Jubilee has a presidential candidate.
Yes.
With Fred Matiang'i.
All right.
The president for the Gen Zs. So I think it has to be taken in that context. He is also only elevated to be the party leader of Azimio.
Now, Senator Oburu, was disgruntled about this whole Kalonzo issue, being the party leader, saying that ODM wasn't consulted. Was ODM consulted when this happened, or what happened? Did ODM know about this?
They know, because at the end of the day, they are part of the Azimio coalition.
Yes.
Maybe what he's talking about, it might be a personal opinion, because that is not the opinion of the party.
All right.
The opinion of the party has to be found or gotten from the SG of the party. Actually, the meetings, the 22, what they normally do, they call all the SGs. Secretary Generals of the parties to sit down and come up with a resolution, of which I think they did that to replace, to fill those positions, and also replace the ED for the coalition.
So the process of getting a leader involves the SGs.
Yes.
So SGs of all the 22 parties that form Azimio.
Yes.
So is it before they have the meeting within their own parties, or do they have meetings within their own parties and then they come with the resolution the parties have made on that particular subject?
No, for the management of the coalition, Azimio coalition, it is them, the members, like the neck of Azimio, who will sit down and decide maybe in changes within the... But getting out of the party, you have to consult your members.
Okay. So once you have a political party coalition that has been registered, they also have a National Executive Council, the same as the political party.
Yes.
So on matters to do with Azimio, it is this NEC of Azimio who actually meet and decide.
Yes.
So you are saying that for Kalonzo Musyoka to be announced as the leader, this NEC met and this is the conclusion they came to.
Yes.
That is what happened.
That's what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. So Dr. Oburu here either didn't know that they were meeting, or he is pretending not to know, because his reaction was that of ODM was never consulted, and he speaking as though he is saying them as a party, since he is the party leader now. He was saying that this was ODM was not party to this.
Okay, maybe let me ask the question: was the ODM SG at that NEC meeting that decided that Kalonzo was going to be?
He must have been, because even the person who was elected to be the ED, executive director, is from Azimio. Kisia is from Azimio. So they must have been represented the right way.
Okay. All right. Then I guess that's that.
That's the position. Maybe Odiga is not aware of what is happening technically. And also the president of the country should accept we have Vision 2030. And one pillar of Vision 2030 was the political pillar, which had given the responsibility of the sitting president to make sure that the country is united along the political parties. Instead of dismantling the political parties, he should be the one building them, so that we can have a strong country. Because this country cannot develop if the political parties are not strong. Because the stability of a country is judged by the political parties in that particular country.
Yeah. Kwa gazeti ya leo, that is now the Daily Nation, I have heard, this is now the president, I have heard that they are reviving Azimio, something that you have actually even confirmed to us in the morning here when we started the conversation. You said, now Azimio is heading towards new things, yeah? So I have heard that they are reviving Azimio, the one we defeated early in the morning. Azimio without ODM is a non-starter. Now he says that this current Azimio is the same one that he defeated in 2022. Nothing about it has changed. You don't have any new members, perhaps. Some of them are currently, being wooed towards the government side. So if anything, this current Azimio, for lack of a better word, might actually have been weakened by these new beginnings and the fact that Honorable Raila Odinga isn't alive anymore.
Let me ask him.
Yeah.
Azimio is intact the way it was. No parties apart from Mother Karua's party that has left Azimio. What about his coalition, Kenya Kwanza? Remember, it is divided in between, midway. The Gachagua team went out completely. I think he was left halfway of the members. So he's trying to come to Azimio. Most likely, he's trying to come to ODM to see how he can get a chunk of the Azimio members.
Yes.
Because, you see, he's trying to see how he can completely divide ODM. And the division is there, right at the middle. And I can tell you, there is no way ODM will hold together. Maybe what they are doing today is to look for new names, like ODM Kenya, ODM Asiri, just the way the repeat of 1992.
ODM Kenya, I think, is one that he branded to Wiper.
You remember 1992?
Yes.
When we had Ford Asiri, we had Ford itself.
Was there Ford Accord also?
It was Ford Accord is a vehicle, so it was Ford.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It was Ford.
The Accord is actually Honda.
Honda Accord, yeah.
Yes.
Lakini Ford zilikuanga ngapi? Mbili.
Ford zilikuwa 3.
Yes. Ford Asili, Ford Kenya, na Ford. Anyway,
what happened you remember when we started agitation for restoration of multi-party democracy in the country, 1991. There was the pressure group that was agitating for it was Forum. When they won in repealing the Section 2A of the Constitution, they transformed that one into Ford. Then we had very strong people. We had Kennedy Matiba. We have the father now to Raila.
Yes,
it's called Jaramogi.
Jaramogi, yes.
So they disagreed on how they will pick the presidential candidate for Ford. And that is why it broke into two. Ford Kenya and Ford Asiri. Ford Asiri by Matiba, Ford Kenya by Jaramogi Odinga. Then they went to election. By then, DP, Mwai Kibaki had created DP. So we had about 4 political parties in that particular year, where Mwai won that year by I think about 36%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now tumesikia kwamba Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta and Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua could be heading towards some kind of handshake. I do not know if you've heard the same story, and what would you say about that?
That one I'm not aware. What I know is that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta delegated most of the duties of Jubilee to Fred Matiang'i, Kioni, and me. I am there.
Yes.
Also, because I've been there for quite a long time.
Right.
In Jubilee, I started when it was TNA. I was instrumental to the first candidate of TNA, and also first candidate of Jubilee. So I have been in it for quite a long time. So I have the history of the party, where we are coming from, and where we are going. So about handshake with the two, I am not aware. We have not been made aware of the same.
Yeah.
Why has former President Uhuru suddenly come out so strongly, speaking strongly, a departure from what we've seen of previous former presidents? Why?
Because you see, the other time, I think was blamed by people that he was not very clear who he wanted to be the president. You remember when he said maybe the current president was not fit to be a leader, he did not come out strongly to tell Kenyans. That is why he wants to come out strongly now.
Wait, so you're suggesting that people say that he didn't come out strongly?
Yes.
Kwani, what more did he need to say?
Because he campaigned for Raila.
He campaigned for Raila, but he was not campaigning for the
against
the DP. He was very neutral all along until the last minutes, most likely.
Okay.
So it was it did not have come out clearly to Kenyans why he is not supporting his deputy.
Yeah. But Beef, what I remember is that he was very, very clear as to who he was supporting.
You know, I'm wondering, you know, this is interesting.
Or maybe what people expected is for him to say bad things specifically about President Ruto. Well, Deputy President Ruto at the time.
Do you know what I find particularly interesting? Is that an excuse and a reason must be given for why certain things happened. You know, one of the things that Uhuru was blamed for, I remember, was that Uhuru was not loud, he was not abrasive. And I was thinking to myself, Uhuru makes a statement and said, guys, what do you really want me to do? And we have a weak president. I'm thinking, my friends, you actually have a president who you can talk about, you can insult, and he's mild about it. He's not gung-ho about it, and you choose to consider him weak. Now we have a president who is not like Uhuru Kenyatta. He talks at every given opportunity. He taunts his detractors or his competitors. And now we have a reason again to dislike this person. So we always look for a reason. This man makes promises. This man does this. This man does this. At what point do we actually look at attributes of the leaders we have elected and determine that actually, look, that is their style. That's how they go about it. Raila Odinga, either it was a parody of the Sufurias on the head or leading a brigade of stone-throwing hooligans, something other than anything else to do with what it is that he represented in terms of building the nation. When he dies, the discussion is what a wonderful man he was. And I'm thinking, kwani sisi wa Kenya tukuna shida gani? Hii shida yetu kubwa ni nini? Because right now, I listen to the conversations that we have about this particular government.
Yes.
My friend, in fact, it's not the government. There's a conversation about the government, but it always goes down to William Ruto. So I have to ask a question. So William Ruto is the government. And everything the government does and doesn't do is William Ruto.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, that is the, do I call it the picture that has been projected ever since he took office?
By whom?
By himself.
By himself.
How?
City, you want to tell me you don't see the president everywhere?
No, I actually don't see him everywhere. I see him very often.
Yeah, of course. To be honest, I feel like I see more of the president than I see ministers and even allied MPs.
My point exactly. That's his style.
Because for that reason, Ruto is the government and the government is Ruto.
No, that's an interpretation. You see, why this to me is a point worth discussing is this. Every time we focus on the individual, we move away from the marginalization. You know, in my mind, you know what I'm going to say? What is it in this entire conversation that talks about how the Mwananchi will benefit? Where is it? This conversation that we have with ourselves and we keep having.
Yes.
Where is it that we are saying, we talk about GDP, blah, blah, blah. Other figures tell us from reliable sources like Global Hunger Index that we've never had the percentage of 38% of our citizens who are on the brink of starvation is the largest number we've ever had in 25 years.
Yes.
I would take more pride if the discussion was how we are reducing those numbers. GDP is an aggregate. That one I'm not too impressed about. How many people are we removing from the jaws of poverty and hunger? That one to me is progress. How many? We know early warning signs about drought. So that we don't know. We know. How many feedlots did we create? How many things did we do to ensure that the story of our lives when you have this serious drought, livelihoods diminishing, people dying, livestock dying, when is this story ever going to change? Can we not have a season where we have drought, but we're talking about the preparedness we had, which has guaranteed that despite the drought, this is what is happening. We read, what we've read all along whenever we have a drought. Now you tell me,
Okay.
of these, which is the more important conversation? That's really what I'm asking. Because we fill our heads with all these conversations about political leaders and their utterances.
Right.
And we forget the political process is about people, their welfare, and how decisions are supposed to make their lives better.
Maybe talking of the president and maybe his personality. You see, there is that individual whose personality is different. Like when you see the personality of Mwai Kibaki, who was a quiet person, who would not do anything, who would not micromanage, as opposed to the current one. Maybe that's why you are asking whether Ruto is the government and the government is Ruto. He would like to comment on anything. And maybe he does not believe in other institutions. He believes if he does not talk about that institution, is not strong institution. For example, if you check the funds that he is coming up with, like the Nyota Fund and all that, do you know before he came to power, there was Uwezo Fund, which was doing very well. What he could have done is only to improve on that one and add capital in it. There was Youth Fund and Women Fund. Instead of coming with Hazara's Fund, then after Hazara Fund, he went to Economic Empowerment. Now he's in Nyota. Instead of doing all that, why don't you build on what you found? Because that's the key thing behind creating a strong government. Make sure that you strengthen the institutions that you find in position. But if you break them, if you destroy them, and you start creating others, then you'll be going in circles for different presidents as they come in. So my advice to him, don't be everything. This is a country belonging to 57 million Kenyans. You are just a prayer at that particular point, and 5 years to come, after some time, there'll be another president who will come and push this country to another level. But remember what you'll be remembered for by Kenyans. Kenyans are likely to remember Ruto as the most corrupt president who was ever be. All right? If he does not change that perception, then it will be too bad for him. Remember the previous president of United States. They will be remembered for what they did.
Yes.
If Kenya tag you the way they have tagged you today, and you're doing nothing about it, then it will be unfortunate for you. Whatever you do, you will always be remembered with what you did during your time.
Mheshimiwa, you mentioned something about destroying things which already exist. Did this presidency destroy the Uwezo Fund, the Youth Fund, the Women Fund? Have they destroyed those funds?
Of course. If you create another fund on top of another, what are you doing?
But those were three separate funds. How did they not destroy each other if the creation of a new fund helped destroy one? How does that happen?
Why do you create another one if you are president and you have found a working thing? So you empower that. Just the way he changed the National Health Insurance Fund. Instead of working on what is not working, why change and bring a completely new system?
Okay, let me ask the question now. Your party chairman started the CBC, which became CBE, a new education system. It was begun in the Uhuru era.
Yes.
Why didn't he just fix what was previously there instead of starting something completely
new? It is what he was fixing. It was like a continuation. It was making it better, because you see, we were moving from 844 now to market-oriented kind of education. All right, and remember, the person who started this was our friend Matiang'i, a no-nonsense person who is our presidential candidate, somebody who is known of performance. He goes to a praise and he performed. When he was a minister for ICT, remember, he's the one who transformed Kenya. He transited Kenya from analog to digital kind of communication. All right? When he went to education, he changed the education parameters. He made education be respected. The results were real results. Remember, Matiang'i's A was an A. All right? When he went to interior, what he did was visible. Now, that is the president. We expect him to be the president in the next maybe 18 months. And most likely, he will change this country to to the better. And what he will do, he will take Kenya to the trajectory it was going when he was changing this 844 system. So it is not completely changing what was working to replace. It was continuation, making sure that at least it is market oriented instead of
Mheshimiwa, perhaps if you look at the 844 and what it was slated as documented, the very things that the CBC talks about, it spoke of. Yes, the pathways that we now speak of existed even before the 844 system. It's a question I asked of the Moi era, who told them to change these things. There was a push at that particular point in time, and again the same arguments that you're putting across or put across. We're trying to meet needs. For an education system to be relevant, everything you do from the primary level onto the secondary school level or to university ought to be meeting the goals that a country has. So you're actually creating a workforce. Now, I understand this because in 1978 there was a feeling that we needed to train more teachers to meet certain needs. 844 hadn't come in yet, but was going to come in. So an entire faculty was moved from the University of Nairobi to Kenyatta, which was in a college. It became a constituent college of the University of Nairobi. I understand. The focus was train teachers to meet the need. CBC with its demands required something similar. That training did not happen as early as it should. You start a system and there are so many gaps that even if I wanted to think well of it, I say yes, on paper this thing looks good. The gaps appear when you start implementing it. If one were to learn from the 844 was never piloted. There was talk of piloting. There were discussions. It was never really piloted. It was implemented. What it started with and what it ended up with were not the same. CBC, pathways, the thinking, makes sense. The implementation and the preparedness for it
is what the problem is, and how to implement it.
It was lacking. Very lacking. And I'm saying there are things that Dr. Matiang'i did which are very laudable, and you cannot take away that from him. It is absolutely true. I am simply saying this, that when you look at the trajectory that the country takes and the narratives that then follow, the narratives tend to either favor somebody who you like, and it doesn't favor somebody whom you don't like. If you read the history that our leaders present and what they have, it follows the biblical principle was people, prophets are never accepted in their own country. It's when they have left that people look back and say, oi, kumbe, this is what this guy had wanted to do. Oh, why didn't we listen to this person when he said this? Now, here we are. What is Jubilee offering within Azimio that will change the trajectory of how the mwananchi of this country enjoys being a citizen because their livelihood is being looked after and taken care of? What are you people offering?
First, discipline in every sector of the government. Actually, my candidate believes discipline is destiny. That whichever ministry you will be given, you have to impose discipline in every sector, especially financial discipline. Do you know, if Kenya just do the correct thing, if, for example, the returning officers of ministries, the PSs, become accountable, if they are disciplined enough to be prudent in the use of resources, we will make a very big step. Remember they saying we lose about they were talking of 2 billion a day?
Now it's currently, the new figures are 3 billion.
3 billion. Imagine if that kitty is put into correct use. You will not even need to borrow. You will not need even to go to World Bank to get money to come and give our youth, which also I think is not the correct thing. So I tend to think the first thing, and that is what our candidate will do, is to make sure that at least we have discipline in all the sectors. That alone will make a very big step. And actually that is what the youth were talking about all along. You remember when they were saying what visit somebody?
Yeah.
They will visit somebody.
Yes.
Why they picked on Matiang'i to be their presidential candidate is because they saw the discipline he has when it comes to management of public resources. And actually, they're just waiting when people say whatever, and I think that's why they are quiet. You know, one thing about our generation, Gen Z and the millennials, they know something and they keep quiet. You might think they have forgotten what they did and what they said in 2024. They know and they are waiting for the registration to come. They register and replace this government.
Yeah.
So.
Tunangoja kuona.
Hiyo itakuja tu, tunaigojea.
Yes.
We have given this broad-based government just now 18 months. And remember, this is not the government that was elected in praise. The government that was elected in praise was a Kenya Kwanza government, which was overthrown 2024 by the generation. What we have now is a broad-based or a caretaker government for the time being, waiting for next election, which is coming next year.
You know, a lot of the things that we're currently facing as a nation is because someone would say the current government is not being honest about the situation. Not necessarily them lying, but them not being honest about the situation, not being honest about the current debt that we have. And some of the measures that they take are not necessarily the best towards making things work. And even the previous government, which was led by President Uhuru Kenyatta, a lot of the things that happened during that time, some are saying the problems that Kenya Kwanza is facing now is because of the things that the Uhuru government did. For example, the debt zilichukuliwa na zingine zikakuwa pushed forward, zikaachiwa sasa President Ruto, na President Ruto anang'ang'ana nazo. So now, what will be so different if we were to again trust Jubilee with the leadership of this country? The same Matiang'i, Dr. Matiang'i, that is being flagged by, or rather is being fronted by Jubilee, is the same person who was in that government. So if he couldn't fix things when he was there, and he was there for quite a while, 10 years, if he couldn't help fix some of those things, what will giving him another 5 years really do for this country?
You see, this country had a vision, Vision 2030. That was created, remember, 2002 by President Mwai Kibaki.
Yes.
And one objective of a leader of an organization is to carry the vision. So this country has a vision. Jubilee carried the same vision. So we were on track of the vision on making this country a semi-developed country by 2030. And for those 10 years that Uhuru was in position, it was going in the correct trajectory. And that is why you see Nairobi came up strongly with like Nairobi Express, the interchanges that you see in the country, the connectivity. Remember SGR from Mombasa all the way. Those were some of the factors that were in the Vision 2030. So if Ruto continued with the same, most likely we could be somewhere by today. Borrowing money by itself is not bad. It would be bad not to put the money where in the place you borrowed for, in the first place. If you borrow to construct something, you have to make sure that that money goes to that particular point.
Yes.
And I think they did that. Remember also, we in that time, we are implementing the new constitution, which to some extent is a very expensive constitution.
Yeah.
Making sure that we were supporting, and even currently, we are supporting about 47 governments plus the national government.
Yes.
You see, to support 47 governments is like supporting 47 countries.
Yes.
With the full structures. Although that is good for development, if now the countries take personal responsibility and concentrate on creation of wealth, they stop depending on the central government for development. They correct their own source of money and try to create investment and making sure that at least the counties grow instead of expecting the central government in the long run.
Yeah, I guess we shall judge you when that time comes, hopefully, because also on the campaign trail we are waiting to hear some of the things that Azibio, Jubilee, and your sisters in sister parties will talk about, because one of the things that this government is currently also being really blamed for is not following the rule of law in terms of some of the pronouncements that the courts are making. And we also remember that in the Uhuru government, A lot of court orders were also not followed. So wacha tuone huwa wakati ukifika mtasema namna gani. But on the issue of what we are seeing right now as far as parties are concerned, we are seeing a lot of things moving. We are seeing a lot also happening on the ground as far as campaigns are concerned. What is Azimio's plan, specifically now that you're a Jubilee party leader? What are your plans as far as campaigns are concerned?
It's unfortunate we are entering into a campaign very early. And you see this characteristic of Kenya.
Yes.
I wish the president can try as much as possible to make sure that he leads this country to in the correct direction, such that we are given time to work for about 4 years and do campaign the last year. But the problem, you see, starts with him. Remember the last 5 years of Uhuru? He did campaign for 5 years.
Yes.
And most likely that's why he won, because he had gone to every area of the country. But that one, when you do a lot of campaign, you do it at the expense of other things. So, like now, the president is campaigning instead of working. I doubt how many hours maybe he spent on his desk trying to manage the country. His major problem now, when you start campaigning, his major problem is to manage people instead of managing the country. And that is why when he got into leadership, instead of reading and managing the country, he started to see how can I manage the opposition. That's why he got some members from ODM. Remember the initially when he won, he brought some parties like the UDM from Northeastern to his coalition. You see? So instead of managing the country, he started now managing the opposition and individuals. He started managing, how can I manage Raila? If I bring him here, if I bring him in my side, if I take him to African Union, he'll be on my side. You start managing people. Like now, he has managed the wife to the former prime minister.
Yeah.
If I manage this one, if I bring her on my side, I will do this and that. But we are telling him, manage the country, don't manage people. Manage the country, let the institutions work, and you'll have a country. We do not erect you to manage individuals in the opposition. He should not even comment about Azimio. No, he's not in Azimio. He should comment about his Kenya Kwanza.
You know, much where we are discussing the political style of one leader. Again, I think what Paul said, let's see how this pans out, because that's his style. That's what he thinks works for him. Whether it will actually work to get him re-elected, that's what we're waiting to see. Because if you look at the way in which this particular President William Ruto, goes about campaigning and goes about talking about the things he wants, and he does this all the time, okay? If you compare him with people like you who are in the opposition, he gets a lot of airtime, and then you people in the opposition give him more airtime because you're always talking about him. So this man gets airtime all the time. See, the thing about talking about people, you only need to look at the life of the late Raila Odinga. Those who opposed Raila Odinga made him even more famous than those who supported him. They always talked about him. So he was always in people's minds. He was always being spoken of. Now, that is our politics. I personally disagree with it. I don't agree with it. I disagree with it because it is interesting to listen to, it is engaging, but it doesn't get to the heart of the matter of what politics is. The citizenry are never at the heart of that conversation. Never. It's politicians, their political parties talking their things. That's what it is. Yes. So where do we fit in the Mwananchi? And where do we tell the Mwananchi how your candidature as the opposition is actually going to benefit when you get there? This person is doing his thing. You people are doing your thing by talking about him. So the conversation is about him. When do you people start telling us what you're actually going to do? And what you're about to do is not like we'll change this and we'll do this. No. How do the citizens of the country benefit? What is this structure that will guarantee those who are below the poverty line move up? What will we do? What is it that we will do that we will make sure that the health system, and don't tell us it will be changed from this back to NHIF. That doesn't tell you. What will you need to change? And if we go by what you've said about changing what it is that is wrong, SHA is in place. If you remove it, it means you're going into new expenses. Is it salvageable? For those who think it doesn't work, there are those who think it works. There are those who even declare that it has worked. I, for one, have seen it working multiple times. So when you tell me it doesn't work, I have to ask which part doesn't work. Because there are three components to it. And where doesn't it work? There are things that at this particular point in our history, as we politic to the citizenry, beyond telling them how terrible the people we do not like are, or the people whose governments we oppose are, is it possible for us to keep telling people time and time again what we want to do for them? Is it possible?
You see, the problem is this, and generally I agree with you that we talk so much about the president and all that. But remember also he's the center of focus because he's the president. And he's the one who is supposed to lead the country in the correct direction. At the end of the day, it will be remembered it is government. This was his government. So, having said that, it is him to make sure that when he sees the vision of the country, because the country has a vision, he delegates that to respective people. He has a minister for every sector. He can delegate and make sure that at least focus also is changed towards that direction. And also he should use all methods and means to make sure that Kenyans pull in the same direction. Because the problem we have also as a country, we don't pull towards the same direction. We are not proud of what our leaders do because of the way they present themselves. Time will come maybe in the future where we'll start being proud of ourselves and our leaders and move towards the correct direction. We have not started, by the way. We cannot even develop when we are pulling each other in all directions. The time will come when readers will sit down and Kenyans will now start appreciating their leaders wholesale and saying, this is my president, he's doing well, I'm supporting him in all method that I can. If we have many people pushing and pulling towards the same direction, that is the time this country will develop. But if we use the kind of politics that is done in our country, politics of abuses, you take a microphone, you abuse a president, you abuse somebody. You see, sometimes even I ask myself, is that a leader who is making such a kind of a pronouncement? You see, I'm not saying Ruto is a good person because also he's abusing the others. You say in Hawana Akedi, you see, very well knowing that they have brains. You see, when you encourage other people and you are the leader to abuse, they will also abuse you.
True.
Sometimes you would hear readers saying, if you are given an option of electing the president and a goat, who will you elect? You see, that is extremely untenable. You see, a voice that is getting that kind of pronouncement, I don't know even whether that person qualifies to be a leader in the first place. Because remember, Ruto might be bad, but he's the president of this country at this particular point. And there is that presidency that has to be given a kind of decency.
Yeah.
To some extent. Okay?
Yeah.
So when you tell the children, when your children hear that, it will be cock in their mind, and they'll do the same to their teachers and other praise. So read in the correct way.
Yeah.
Be a reader. Let some words not come out of your mouth if you are a reader and you consider yourself as a reader in this particular country.
Mheshimiwa, there's something on the front page of the Daily Nation here, and it's about who cares. They're calling it budgeted graft. Officials say a third of the country's budget is looted, and the Gazette goes on to explain a lot of things, and then they have this very ugly collage, I'll call it that, because it is just talking about the amount of money that Kenya is losing, from SHA money to Adani deals to counties, stealing money and so on and so forth. there's a time I remember the opposition was very, very vocal on matters to do with corruption, and people would actually be, at the very least, opposition was very, very, very concerned about some of the corruption that is ongoing. But lately, I feel like the opposition is complacent as far as that is concerned. So as Kenyans call for one term, some Kenyans, of course, call for one term for the president. Should they also call one term for the opposition? Because where is opposition when all this is going on? Even in parliament, we are not feeling the presence of MPs in parliament, and I'm talking about opposition MPs in parliament. Sometimes even parliament does business without enough quorum, meaning that both opposition and government MPs are nowhere to be seen. They are either at funerals somewhere, or they are either wanafuatilia tu mambo yao private somewhere. Should we just call one term for everything, or for everyone in parliament? Because when we look at our country currently and the amount of money that we are losing, 3 billion daily is nothing to smile about. Not yesterday, but I think it was on Saturday, there's a lady called Cheryl Adhiambo who died huko sehemu za Huruma. She was shot by the police. And we are just seeing opposition leaders and also even pro-government leaders in Busia, others sijui wako wapi huko wanafanya rallies. What is going on?
That's what I'm saying, are campaigns which are not necessary at this particular time. Imagine you are going around the country, you are elected leader. Why do you want to be elected again if you are in a position and you are not working? You are elected to work. And you are up there asking for votes. First, why don't you work on what you were given? You are given, you were elected to do something, and instead of doing what you are elected to do, you are again saying you want to be elected again. You see, that is taking Kenyans as fools. Because what they are supposed to do is first to work, then after that they ask for more continuation if they have not finished what they have done, they were supposed to do. But having said that, also the kind of politics that we play in this country is not a very good politics. Because you see, Kenyans did a very good election, all right? They elected people in government and people in the opposition. If we, people who were elected in the opposition, accepted to remain in the opposition, they could have offered a very good oversight of the current government. And the division was very good, almost at the middle. It's like 50-50, because it was like 50-50, by the way. So we had a very good team to make sure that at least it oversights the government.
Yes.
But the kind of politics that we have, if you are defeated, you want to see how can you join the government and become part of that. Instead of remaining in the opposition for 5 years, you oversight that government and you assume that you are a government in waiting. You see, that is what we are lacking. You should assume you are government in waiting for 5 years. But look what happens. Even after independence, when Kanu and Kadu, when Kanu won, Kadu joined Kanu because they wanted to be in the government. That's why Daniel Arap Moi was elected as a deputy vice president of the country. Instead of staying in the opposition for 5 years, offer opposition, a good opposition, and when your time comes, you get into leadership, and the other team now start opposing for the next 5 years. That should be the correct movement. And Kenyans were ready for that, and that is why they gave Raila half of the team and Ruto half of the team. But now, what did Ruto do about opposition? He started now calling them to his side, calling him to. I wish he should have what you normally call political hygiene. And you know that if ODM is strong in the opposition, his government will be strong because it will be there'll be a good oversight.
It's one thing for Ruto to do this whole buying that he's buying, but it's also another thing for them to allow or agree to be bought. Because you can come to me and offer me, but I have to say no. So Ruto is just doing what Ruto does best.
Bovi, how many people will refuse to be given ministries? Do you know even the ministers that were appointed by Ruto had no concept of Raila? It's like they were blackmailing him to accept that position. they waited for Raila to go to Dubai.
Yes.
And they were given those positions. So when he came back,
yes,
he was managed.
I thought he said he donated these experts.
The donation was now
After
accepting
the
to be
fact.
managed. Is being managed after the fact. They were appointed before he gave concept.
Yeah.
So it was him to be managed to accept the status quo.
So, would you say that this handshake culture that we have is such a terrible thing?
It's a terrible thing.
Why?
Because at the end of the day, we have to have a big and a good and credible opposition to make sure that at least it oversights the sitting government. Because every ministry needs to be oversighted by a certain body. And the body that can oversight is the government in waiting. By the way, if I was to be the president, I will make the opposition very strong, because they will be pinpointing on the wrongs that my government will be doing, and I will be dealing with those issues. But if you want to bring them on your side, it's repeating what Kanu did to Kadu.
Yeah.
Why do you want to be in the same opposition side?
But the Kanu thing was different. It was very different. The Kadu was not in the opposition before we got independence. There were just two separate parties. We had a prime minister, yes, but it was after the elections. They understood, they agreed. Kenya still remained by law a multi-party state, which we were at independence. What they did was this whole idea of national unity. Look, we're getting independence. There are these things we need to do. This politics can be divisive. The divisive point, one group wanted Majimboism, the federalism that we have, the quasi-federalism. The other one wanted a unitary government. What you are suggesting made a lot of sense when people were at Bomas, and we had a choice to either go the parliamentary way or the presidential way. We chose this one. There are those who were there representing us. This is what they chose. Now, this issue of getting together began with Kanu. On that note, you're right. In 2008, we saw a repeat of it. When Uhuru became president, we saw a repeat of it. That's why I asked the question. If we didn't have handshakes when we have political differences, what other options did we have?
Of waiting. Why do we have elections? We have elections so that one person can win and the other one wait for 5 years. But most leaders in the country don't want to do that. Like now, when we lost, how many people have remained in the cold, waiting for maybe the next 5 years and come back? We are very few. Many people rushed to the government to see whether they will get positions.
Why?
Because of that lack of having the political ideology and knowing I stand for this. I stand for a country that is not corrupt. You are convicted. You have conviction that maybe this government is not the correct one. This person cannot lead the country in the correct direction.
Which government have we had in this country that isn't corrupt? Which one?
I'm telling you, like now, what you need to do is that to make sure that the institutions that we have work properly. The way I was talking of political period, do you know we have institutions that were created to make sure that at least this country is strong politically? And that is why we have the office of Register of Political Parties. That is why we passed in Parliament an act, parliamentary act, to make sure that political parties are funded by the exchequer, so that we can free them from individual funding. Because political parties should be owned by Kenyans. We want ODM, because it's funded by Kenya, to be an independent country party that offers good oversight in this country. But if it's funded by the government, by Kenyans, and it joins now the government in the actual government, then Kenyans are doing the wrong thing of funding an institution that is supposed to do oversight, and instead of doing oversight, is joining the government that is supposed to be oversighted.
All right, as we exit, because we have come to the end of the show, let me just read a few comments here. For example, and I'll just give a few shout-outs, of course, to some people. Kina Star Kenya, Victor Lesesuyan, we have Henry Muha, the real SC. Someone is, and he's saying the problem is county governments. And then the real SC, in Kenya, the laws are not put to use. I hear what people are complaining about. You realize they are mentioning county government functions. On paper, the law books good. The law looks good. It works in Sweden, Norway, Finland, and Denmark. Lakini hapa ni kama ifanyi kazi. Who are these Gen Zs people are always talking about? There is nothing like Gen Z. That is my take 2.0. 2013 was a mistake of monumental proportions. And then Star Kenya saying, we really don't care who is the president and we should not even know who it is. We just want our country to work so that our things work. Why can't they get that? Yeah, I guess that and much more. But Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for gracing us this particular morning. Perhaps the next time we shall be talking about a proper Jubilee manifesto. Tunataka kujua na hivi itakuwa tofauti na ile Jubilee ya kwanza.
Yes.
Because hiyo tunaweza poll calls mpaka kesho. Hii nyingine mpya mtatupatia nyingine tuone kama itakuwa tofauti na ile ya kwanza, si ndio?
Hiyo ni nzuri. We are in the process of making the manifesto.
Yes.
You can ask Jubilee members wherever you are. You can send your what you believe should be included,
yes,
to our headquarters.
Right. Thank you so much. Here is where we come to a standstill. Coming up next, the Retro Box with Rania Abdi. She's going to be taking you through that particular situation. Then later on, Lady Mathai alitoka Retro Box akenda Power Drive. So why don't you reconnect with her on that particular end? As for myself and City, tunasema kwa heri ya kuonana hadi kesho asubuhi.